Boom. Hey, folks. Sorry about today. I meant to have everything go a little smoother than this. Um, so, let's, I guess, talk about that. I, I had the grand plan overall of, I had to get an outhouse installed on my land. And so I guess I should put as a goal the outhouse story. And yeah, we'll set that one out for a little bit more than usual, just because I guess let's get started. So yeah. Now you might be wondering, Runkle, if you've been running around all day, what's been going on? Like, did you actually get to eat? And I will tell you that my dinner tonight is a lot like Burgess's resume, which is that it's mostly aspirational. So yeah. Okay, let's talk about this one, because it's an interesting day today. A lot happened, and I was hoping that I'd have time to get timestamps, but I didn't, because I ended up listening. I listened to most of the trial through while I was driving. So, all right, let's rock and roll. Let's dive in, and there was a lot here that I thought was spectacularly entertaining today. So, somebody's calling me. I have no idea why. Message. Can't talk now. What's up? I don't know who that is, but all right. So, this will work way better if I actually pull up the actual court. There we go, court. So, yeah, let's rock and roll here.
So I need to know, just for instructions to the jury.
I was tweeting while pulled over. I had to pull over for a few different things as I was going, including getting gas. So, yeah.
I'm concerned about the photograph on page 5, figure 3. Yes.
Yeah, that's going to be, we intend to show that. That shows the.
So what I would like you to do, if you could, is just crop the center that shows what appears to be blood cells, or the red. I assume that that's the part you want to get into? Sure. If you can crop that, I'll let it in, and I still want to give an instruction. So I need to know what you're going to do with that.
So basically she's like, hey, if you're going to show the gross pictures, I need you to like chill out on that. I'm being told that I am way quiet compared to court. Okay. Let's turn court down a little bit. All right. Here we go. Okay. So here we go.
I was going to exclude it, but I understand. So if you can crop, yes, if you can do that, I think it takes away some of the sting on the gruesome photographs.
Now, here's the thing. It is a murder trial, right? They've got somebody charged with murder. So, okay, the court volume is still too high. I've tried lowering it. We'll see what's going on here. This is a murder trial. When you've got a murder trial, you will 100%, I see people saying volume is still way out of whack. Hey guys, I turned court down. I don't know how to, and court is paused right now. So, yeah. I don't know how you're figuring that the court is too loud comparatively, but all right. So, yeah, the what is it? Now I've completely lost my train of thought. All right. Oh, yes, it's a murder trial. So, of course, there's going to be gory photos. There's going to be, that is just kind of the nature of a murder trial. It is what it is. So, yeah. All right, let's rock and roll here. So, back to it. I'm trying to also send myself a picture of the outhouse so I can show you guys.
All right, so you'll do just the brainstem on that, Mr.
Yes.
Jackson? All right. And so I'm concerned more about the ones that I think may cause the jurors some concern. So the photograph, figure 5, the Wisniewski spots, I thought that was in evidence. I don't know for sure if it's in evidence.
We went back and forth yesterday, and I don't believe that it's actually evidence. It is not.
Okay, so
it's not in evidence.
Okay.
Yesterday, we all assumed it was.
Yes.
I'll put it in evidence, as
I will probably order some dinner later, but for right now, I'm just going to have some clamato. That it's kind of like a vegetable.
All right, they've already
It's a
seen
liquid
it, so
salad.
it's less likely to have an impact on them for purposes of the gruesome photographs. But and then on page 8, figure 6, the stomach lining.
correct. That's already in evidence.
Okay, that's what I thought, Tori, you told me yesterday, the number, right?
Closed captions are currently unavailable, I'm afraid. I will try again in a few moments.
So those are in. So are you using them again?
I'm going to use them again comparatively and probably side by side.
Okay. All right, I don't have a problem with that, just the Commonwealth?
I don't.
Okay. All right. Those are the ones I was concerned about for purposes of an instruction. If there's objections to hearsay or something, I'll give Mr. Brennan an opportunity to take a look at whatever he's got.
Understood.
Okay.
So there's also going to be there's going to be a jury instruction, and the jury instruction is pretty simple. It's basically just, you're going to see some horrible pictures. It is your job to do jury things and not to just convict on the basis of being pissed off. Because there's certain trials where once the jury sees the pictures, they're likely to convict because they hate everything, but most especially they hate the accused. And so those include murders, those include aggravated assaults, those include anything involving children. Yeah.
All right. So with that,
I could,
that's
but it
helpful.
would have
Thank
taken
you.
a whole
So
bunch
there
of
is a
time.
new motion.
So the reason why I didn't build my own is that it would have taken a lot of time, and I'm covering the Karen Reid trial, and Mrs. Runkle needs this done within the next couple of weeks because she's planning on bringing some Girl Guides up to the land, and they need a place to poop. And they need a place to poop that isn't, they're not really big on like shovels. So Anon says, big fan. Can you say hi to my dog, Mia Wallace? Hi, Mia Wallace. Good dog. Good pup. All right.
This morning, suggesting that the Commonwealth open the door with their questioning of Dr. Russell to allow Dr. Laposata to talk about bite wounds. So I've read that.
Correct. I'd like to be heard on that briefly.
Okay, sure.
Thank you. I'd like to start, if I may, by marking 2 documents. One is Dr. Laposata's entire report. The second
Oh,
is
great.
her entire CV.
Okay. Yeah, those are the ones I needed from yesterday. So, yes. Yes.
Exhibits D, 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 and exhibits E, 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 E.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. We are asking the court to reconsider the court.
This, by the way, is some truly excellent lawyering. I just want to say that what they do here is amazing, is just excellent here. And I have tremendous praise for Jackson and the rest of the team for what they pull off here, because what they pull off here is really useful and really helpful. And it took a ton of work. And yeah.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. We are asking the court to reconsider the court's ruling yesterday concerning Dr. Laposata and her ability to opine on the issue of dog bites, dog bite and claw mark wounds and pattern recognition. We had some concerns yesterday and previous to yesterday about an issue that has been ongoing with the Commonwealth, and we've brought this to the court's attention. The Commonwealth has been using a tactic to shift the burden to the defense with cross-examination that's laced with indications or implications about witnesses that may or may not be called by the defense. That is a problem. I brought it to the court's attention at sidebar. The court will probably remember that colloquy. It was not an open court, but I expressed grave concerns, to use that phrase, that there was a burden.
Ooh, I have grave concerns, he says, and I'm like, oh wow, the balls on this man, I'm just gonna say, are like, that is tremendous, because I would not have had the balls to say that. I would not have had the courage. I would not have had the courage to do that, even if I was like 4 drinks in. And you should never be 4 drinks in court. So yeah.
Problems about
somebody said
that
replay it. So let's replay it here.
Examination that's laced with indications or implications about witnesses that may or may not be called by the defense. That is a problem. I brought it to the court's attention at sidebar. The court will probably remember that colloquy. It was not an open court, but I expressed grave concerns, to use that phrase, that there was a burden shifting system that was going on when Mr. Brennan is asking our witnesses about, or his witnesses, about other witnesses that may be on the defense witness list and may be called. Obviously, as the court knows, foundationally, we don't have to call anybody. We don't intend to call anybody. We don't have to call anybody, but we can call whoever we feel like. But we shouldn't be put in a position where our hand is forced to call witnesses because of questioning by the Commonwealth, which is improper. After I brought it to the court's attention, Mr. Brennan has continued along that same line. The Commonwealth has continued along that same line, and I want to bring something to the court's attention specifically. Last night, we pulled the tape. Dr. Russell was cross-examined by Mr. Brennan on the issue.
Not available at the moment.
Of Dr. Laposata and her opinions regarding dog bites. He asked questions over.
So the great line is him saying, I have grave concerns, because that is exactly what Judge Cannone said. And yeah. Yeah. It's a whole thing.
And over again. The colloquy probably lasted more than 5, 6, 7 minutes with Dr. Russell, specifically on the issue of whether or not she had seen Dr. Laposata's reports, whether she was aware of Dr. Laposata's opinions, implying that Dr. Laposata had opinions about the dog bites. She was asked if she was familiar with Dr. Laposata's credentials. Dr. Russell said, yes, she was familiar with Dr. Laposata by name, that she thought she had impeccable credentials, and she very much wished she could have seen her reports as it relates to dog bites. It was an intellectual curiosity by Dr. Russell that was evoked and elicited by Mr. Brennan on cross-examination of Dr. Russell.
So let me explain the burden shifting argument. The Commonwealth has a burden of proof in these cases. The Commonwealth's burden of proof is high. Their burden is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. The defense has no burden of proof. They are entitled to call evidence if they choose. They can call evidence, but they are not required to call any evidence. And so if the Commonwealth creates a situation where the jury expects or requires the defense to call evidence because the Commonwealth has basically said, hey, here's some evidence that you will hear, or which is what's going on here, then they've improperly put a burden on the defense to say, you have to now call these witnesses. That the defense should have the right to say, like, or should not be in a position where they have any, obligation or expectation or the like, because I can tell you this trial is unusual. This trial is a very strange trial because the average number of witnesses called by the defense is 0. Most of my criminal trials, I have called 0 witnesses. Dale Ann Harsh, have you ever gone to court and not put up a defense? Or is it the same up in Canada? Yes. And I will say most of my trials, I call no witnesses, none. So what I end up doing is when the prosecution calls witnesses, I cross-examine them. I poke holes in their case. I try to show that there was a rights violation on my, for my client. I try to show that there is, and I try to sort of undermine things, but most of the time I don't, most of the time I just don't, call any witnesses, right? Because, why would you, right? There's just no need to do it. So, and I mean, most trials don't have witnesses, right? Let's imagine you've got a domestic violence allegation, right? The allegation is that your client, Randy, has assaulted his wife. And, so he's charged with it. His version of things is, I didn't do it. Never happened. Well, I don't have to call my, I don't have to call my client. I just, I don't. So, and usually it's a bad idea to call, I'm using Randy for Rescue Randy because I was told I should maybe knock off Bob for a bit. So, yeah, it's, we've got a sort of situation there where, if Randy is accused of, of assaulting his wife, well, I might not want to call Randy. Randy might not be a good witness for all sorts of reasons, right? He just, maybe he's an angry dude. Maybe he's a dude who has serious anxiety. Maybe I just don't feel like calling him because people like me using Randy as an example even less. Okay. So okay, we'll go back to Bob after this. The prosecution may call the wife, and her story might be awful or her story might be good. But I just go, okay. That I probably don't call my client. Maybe I do. Let's say we're not talking about a domestic. Let's say we're talking about a break and enter. Let's say it's a burglary. And Bob, because you guys are getting real upset about Randy being used as an example here. Bob is accused of this break and enter and like breaking into a house to steal things. And what's Bob's argument if I call him as a witness? He's like, no, I was not doing the thing, right? It's not, he doesn't have a whole lot to say. I was just not breaking into something. So, yeah, There is not and should never be an obligation, but he's saying the Commonwealth has basically put us in a situation where we do have an obligation. Have you heard of this report about dog bites? Because now, if the defense doesn't ask this expert about the dog bite issue, then what the Commonwealth is, or what the jury is likely to think, the jury is going to think, listen, there's a report from this witness about dog bites and dog bite analysis, and then this witness never tells you what that report says. It must be bad for the defense, right? Otherwise, the defense would ask about this. So it must be that Dr. Laposata said that this was totally a dog bite, that, totally not a dog bite, and that this was, totally a vehicle. And so they're saying, listen, we have to be able to, Brennan makes us ask this, so you got to let us do it. I know you said we couldn't, but Brennan makes us. So that's the crux of this argument, and it's a good argument. They pulled the recording between yesterday and today. They pulled the recording. They listened to the recording. They got quotes from the recording. They generated this argument. They came in ready to argue it. They, filed a motion, all of this, right? So, this is like hustle time. This is amazing. And this is the kind of stuff that you can really only pull off when you have like a full team and a good team. Because if it was just Jackson, then, he might not have the time to do it. I'm guessing that somebody who wasn't expected to do all of the cross-examination and so forth today, Yannetti, Alessi, Little, was probably sitting there working hard on it. So, yeah. All right. I'm just super impressed by this.
She was then asked the seminal question: did the defense, Dr. Russell, give you any reports by Dr. Laposata related to dog bites?
What page is that on here?
On the transcript? No, my motion's back at the desk.
Oh, I see it.
Does the court have it?
Yes.
Okay. I'll just read it. Question by Mr. Brennan to Dr. Russell. And so you think of all those forensic pathologists, medical examiners, you think that qualification and experience itself is not enough to qualify someone to give an opinion on a photograph about the genesis of a wound related to dog bites? Answer: well, if a forensic pathologist autopsied 1 or 2 cases of dog bite wounds versus my experience with over 500 to 1,000 cases of dog bite wounds, I'm not sure that person would be a very good expert in that kind of case. Question by Mr. Brennan: have you ever heard of a doctor named Laposata?
So are you going to read all 3 pages?
No.
So I've read it, Mr. Jackson.
I'd like to read it into the record, Your Honor.
It's in the record. I will put this transcript into the record. I'm not going to let you read 3 pages here.
It's not.
He's like, I don't want to read 3 pages. I want to read a few lines. Let me do that.
3 pages, Your Honor. It's about another 5 lines.
The
It just
part
goes to
that
the
you
top of the
brought
next
to
page.
my attention is on page 15, not where you read.
Colloquy between between Dr. Russell and Mr. Brennan was specific to dog bite wounds. It was specific to Dr. Russell's understanding of whether or not Dr. Laposata had been retained by the defense, whether she was a defense expert, whether she had written a report, and whether she opined about dog bites and dog bite wounds. And after she was asked if she had been provided any reports by the defense attorneys specifically, from Dr. Laposata related to dog bite wounds, Dr. Russell said, no, I haven't been. And to summarize her statements, which the court has in front of it, Dr. Russell went on and said, I really wanted to see what Dr. Laposata had to say about these dog bite wounds. I really wanted to read her report, but no, I was never provided her report or reports by the defense. And of course, Your Honor, as the court knows,
and so now if the jury doesn't hear about this and doesn't see it, they're going to think that the defense is hiding this, because that's exactly what the Commonwealth was suggesting, was that this, that this is being hidden away from them ingeniously so that they don't see this damaging report.
The standard operating procedure. I don't trade reports between and among experts, because obviously I want independent analysis. I don't want to cross-contaminate any opinions, et cetera, and be accused of doing so. So of course we didn't provide a report from Dr. Laposata to Dr. Russell, but Dr. Russell's intellectual curiosity was then extracted from the witness stand, and the jurors heard all of that. So then days later, not weeks, not months, 3 days later, after eliciting testimony from Dr. Russell about Dr. Laposata having a report, being hired by the defense on the issue of dog bites, and not providing that report to Dr. Russell, the Commonwealth then moves to exclude the very testimony that he was eliciting from Dr. Russell, leaving the jurors with a very, very deep and irremediable misimpression. They used it tactically as a sword and a shield, and that's burden shifting. That leaves the jury with the impression that Dr. Laposata was consulted by the defense, number one, that she wrote a report, number two, that the report was about dog bites, number three, that she didn't provide that report to other experts, number four, and the reason she didn't, obviously, is because her opinion, Dr. Laposata's opinion, would be harmful to the defense. That's the only reasonable interpretation of those facts.
And you can see that is exactly the situation that Brennan has created, and that, I mean, it's pretty clear that he was very much down for that. That's, what he was trying to do. So, yeah.
And the Commonwealth has taken advantage of that. The Commonwealth's questioning of Dr. Russell about Dr. Laposata and her report and her opinions about dog bite wounds specifically was deliberate, and it left the jury with an open question. We know they consulted her. We know it was about dog bites. This is how the jurors are thinking about it now. We know they consulted her. We know it was about dog bites. They hid the report from Dr. Russell because they didn't want her to know about it. Ergo, must be harmful to defense. Now we've got Dr. Laposata on the stand. Her credentials are peerless, absolutely peerless. They've got possibly the most qualified medical examiner in the country, certainly on the Eastern Seaboard, right in front of them, about 6 feet away, and the defense is not going to ask a single question about her opinions concerning dog bites when she reviewed the entire autopsy. How is the jury going to conceive that? How is that going to land with them?
Right?
The answer is they're going to think, they have no choice but to think, the only reasonable explanation is, if Dr. Laposata's opinion helped the defense, they would ask her. If they don't ask her, it's because whatever Dr. Laposata says about that right arm and those wounds, it's got to be harmful to the defense. They would absolutely ask the question. So the Commonwealth got to have it both ways. They got to ask Dr. Russell about Dr. Laposata and imply that Dr. Laposata had opinions about dog bite wounds. And then they have it the other way, which is, let's ask the court if she will exclude Dr. Laposata from testifying about the very issue that they brought up in front of Dr. Russell. That cannot stand. That ensures, it reasonably ensures that the jury will misrepresent or misunderstand the import of why we're not asking Dr. Laposata about her expert opinion, especially as it specifically pertains to dog bite wounds. I want to talk for just a second, and that has.
This is a really good argument. It's a really powerful argument. And it's one that, as I mentioned, took a whole lot of work. And this is an argument that is really, it creates a situation where Judge Cannone really has to do something. Because I think that this is something where this would be a clearly reversible error if she doesn't do something. And so the question then becomes what, right? You forced her hand into doing something. What is the something? Is it good enough? Is it, enough? And so she does something, and we'll sort of see what's going on there. So, yeah.
By the way, that has constitutional implications. Ms. Reed is entitled to a fair trial, not a fair trial that the Commonwealth designs. Not a fair trial that the Commonwealth curates, but a fair trial. Regarding Dr. Laposata's credentials, we went back through, specific to the court's questions yesterday, her resume. There are no fewer than 13 classes, 13, that she has taught specific to wound pattern recognition that have included dog bite recognition. On page 7, she was the course director for medical legal death investigation. That was in 2013. She taught about dog bite recognition in that case, or in that course. She was a thesis advisor for Master of Science Graduate Medical School, Boston University School of Medicine, taught about dog bites. Staying with page 7, forensic pathology course director in pathology, course 205, taught about dog bites. Member of Quality Assurance Committee, Training Division of Trauma and Surgical Critical Care, teaching on the issue of wound recognition, animal bites, and specific to dog bites. Pediatric Forensic Pathology, Texas Homicide Symposium. She was a presenter in 1989. She taught about the issue of dog bites as it relates to pediatrics, children, dog bites in children. Forensic aspects of physical child abuse as related to being left with dogs that can injure a child, dog bites.
And the thing is that the standard for an expert being, qualified is actually fairly low. And the problem is that Judge Cannone is setting two different standards. She's saying, the standard is pretty low when it's the Commonwealth asking. Which is why it's like, we can let through this dog, trainer and so forth. But when it's the defense asking for an expert, it's super, super, high. And I just can't. It's crazy.
Recognition. These are all classes taught by Dr. Laposata on the issue of dog bites to other medical professionals. The one that stands out, however, and I'm not going to go through the other 9 or 10 or 11, the one that stands out is 2015 and 2016, 2 courses. The name of the course, Emergency Room Forensics, Evidence and Patterned Injuries, New England chapter of the International Association of Forensic Nurses, taught in Norwood, Massachusetts, both times, specific to dog bites and the issue of dog bites as seen by emergency room physicians, how they should handle them, what they should do with them, how they should view them, what to look for in terms of pattern recognition. She's eminently qualified. I will leave the court with one thought. The court indicated when qualifying Dr. Russell, one of the preeminent things that the court mentioned in qualifying Dr. Russell is that Dr. Russell utilized a methodology that the court sanctioned and quoted and said the methodology that she used of wound pattern recognition, dealing with differential diagnosis, utilizing and interpreting dog bites by the method of exactly what Dr. Russell did. Differential diagnosis is something that the court said was exactly why the court sanctioned Dr. Russell and blessed Dr. Russell as a qualified expert. And that's exactly what Dr. Laposata testified yesterday she utilized and utilizes in coming to her opinions and conclusions. Going back to the open door issue, obviously she's eminently qualified, but Your Honor, this cannot stand. The Commonwealth cannot have it both ways. They cannot walk up and say and leave the impression with the jurors that Dr. Laposata opined about the dog wounds, but we're not able to hear it. We, the jurors, are not able to hear it because obviously that is something that is her opinion, whatever it might be, is harmful to the defense. When in truth and in fact, it's exactly the opposite. Dr. Laposata's opinion has never wavered. Those injuries on John O'Keefe's arm are from a dog, period, full stop. Anything less than presenting that to the jury at this point would be to perpetrate an intentional fraud on this jury. Ms. Reed is entitled to more. She's entitled to better. She's entitled to the evidence.
All right, thank you.
That is a really powerful ending. She's entitled to more. She's entitled to better. She's entitled to the evidence. I'm like, ooh, I like that. Like that is, that's, I mean, I'll just put it this way. That is a sexy close to that ending or to that, presentation there. I'm like, ooh, I really like that. So, yeah, I thought that was pretty good. Let's see if he responds.
Mr. Brennan?
And we're going to take it up to 1.25 because we just are.
The pattern of conduct that stands out is persistent, repetitive, contrary to court rulings and court orders, and deliberate. And that is the defense uses their witnesses to vouch for their own credibility. They use their witnesses to introduce information they know is not admissible. And they use their witnesses to introduce otherwise inadmissible hearsay.
You did this. You're the one who brought this in. So, okay. Like you did this. Why?
Dr. Russell took the stand and she was led into answers where she was vouching for her own credibility. Dr. Russell promoted herself not only as an expert, but through the defense's questions as virtually the only expert in America who has the expertise to give this type of opinion. It is the defendant's tactics that open these doors that they then want closed. The defense had Dr. Russell all but assure the jury that she uniquely was in the position to give any type of opinion regarding dog bites. Inevitably, when I asked Dr. Russell, and I began asking her about her credentials, whether she thought that she was exclusive, and I mentioned Dr. Laposata, she denied ever reading anything about Dr. Laposata. I did not specify whether she read an opinion about a dog bite. I asked if she had heard about Dr. Laposata. She denied it. And then she told us that she knew about Dr. Sheridan. Unsolicited, then added that Dr. Sheridan, involved in a previous proceeding, believed that the bites were consistent with dog bites. I don't know how she became aware of Dr. Sheridan's testimony, and since the defense doesn't speak to her about these things, she must have watched it on her own. But inevitably, she introduced inadmissible hearsay and inadmissible opinions. And so the sum zero here is that Dr. Russell has denied that she saw anything relative to Dr. Laposata, ensured that she was exclusively qualified, and introduced an improper opinion of Dr. Sheridan. Dr. Laposata was voir dire briefly. She did not provide qualifications that she has a...
What does this have to do with anything right now? Like, none of this actually seems to matter to what he's saying. So, okay.
history of education or training on pattern wound recognition analysis as it pertains to dog bites. We asked her questions about her specific experience. She did not provide a basis. And so her opinions regarding dog bites should not be permitted in this trial.
Two things stand out about that speech. Mr. Brennan literally just said,
They are a little snarky
I
at
didn't
each other.
elicit any information about dog bites. I just asked about her experience. Question by Mr. Brennan.
That's not what I said. That is
Excuse me.
No, I'm not going to.
So I heard what Mr. Brennan said. You don't need to tell me what Mr. Brennan said, but go ahead to
How
your
about if I quote
argument.
his words? How about that? Question.
He is not fucking around. He is done with and so when he's like, Brennan said this, Brennan's And the thing is Brennan should object, but he should not address Jackson. Let's go back to that.
Information about dog bites.
So we're just gonna put this at 1 speed just for this interaction. Because he's not supposed to address counsel directly.
Stand out about that speech. Mr. Brennan literally just said, I didn't elicit any information about dog bites. I just asked about her experience. Question by Mr. Brennan.
That's not what I said. That is
Excuse
not what
me.
No, I'm not going to.
So I heard what Mr. Brennan said. You don't need to tell me what Mr. Brennan said, but go ahead to
How
your
about if I quote
argument.
his words? How about that?
Brennan should not be like, he can stand up and object, but he can't, like, he's not supposed to get into an argument, like a slap fight with Jackson. And then Jackson is like, I'm going to quote him. I'm just going to quote him. And that is, yeah, this is awesome.
Question. And so you think of all those forensic pathologists, medical examiners, and you think qualification and experience itself is not enough to qualify somebody to give an opinion on a photograph about the genesis of a wound related to dog bites. The question was specific to dog bites. That's how he introduced the subject matter to Dr. Russell. Then his next question was, have you ever heard of a doctor named Dr. Laposata? Those were his words. Then he goes on, I think he also just said that he did not elicit information about other individuals, including Dr. Sheridan or anybody else. Question by Mr. Brennan. Were you ever told what other people's opinions might be regarding those photographs? That's the question that she was answering when she said, quote, I'm aware that there was a Dr. Sheridan involved in a previous proceeding, and he believed that those were consistent with dog bites. That was in relation or in response to Mr. Brennan's specific question. She didn't just.
So Brennan is like, she's just trying to wedge this inadmissible hearsay in because she, the defense is engaged in all sorts of shenanigans and, tomfoolery. And he's like, no, you asked specifically if she knew about other witnesses. So she knew about other witnesses. That's on you. That's a you problem. You did that. Brennan.
Elicit that. She didn't volunteer it. She said it because he asked her. And that was all by design. The entire thing has been by design. He elicited the information suggesting that Dr. Laposata was being hidden from Dr. Russell because her opinion would harm the defense. He left that with her on purpose, then turned around and 3 days later said, and by the way, the defense should be disallowed from using Dr. Laposata to talk about the very dog bite wounds that I asked Dr. Russell about. That cannot stand as a scorecard.
Go ahead.
It's helpful if you read the entire thing in context, which I won't do. We always have a right.
It's helpful if you read the entire thing with context, which I won't do. Okay. That's a choice. He's like, context would save me, but I'm not going to read the context. If the context would save you, you would read it. He's just saying context will help, but he doesn't actually want to get into the context. Okay, sure.
To object to an inadmissible opinion. So the suggestion that somehow an ambush here is not only misplaced, it's strategic by the defense to try to create an error. It's improper.
All right. I'll be out in 10 minutes on this and we'll get started right away with Dr. Laposata.
All right, record please.
All right, so she is gone for 10 minutes, and then she comes back. Of course she does, because it's a
Burden
trial.
shifting. So
Here we go.
So I'm not going to allow Dr. Laposata to testify regarding dog bites. Your rights are saved.
Shock.
I'm going to give an instruction regarding burden shifting. So,
I just think it's outrageous. I think the conduct is outrageous. And I don't think
What is an instruction about burden shifting going to do? It's going to do nothing. It's not going to help. This is, to me, absolutely not helpful. It's not the thing, right? It's not anything. So, yeah, I am just, I just shake my head about this. So, yeah.
a purity instruction can do anything except bring the point home again.
okay.
But if the court is not willing to allow her to testify to her full opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, can she at least testify that she reviewed the arm, looked at the arm, and it's consistent with an animal? Can we at least split the baby?
I will do that. I'll allow that. Yes.
Big win that she can say it's consistent with an animal. Huge win for the defense. Why is this a big win? Well, because ultimately juries do not like reasonable doubt. What juries want they want a story. They want an explanation. The least satisfying thing for juries is to get to the end of the trial and go, I don't know what happened. Now, the thing is that I don't know what happened is absolutely where juries should get to a lot of the time. And the other thing is that juries should get a lot of the time to, somebody probably did it. Probably did it. And probably did it is not enough. It is not enough to be at, as an example, it's not enough to be at 75% sure. 75% is not good enough. 75% sure of, that the person did it is an acquittal. It's not, the standard isn't 100%, but it's something. Like, it's closer to 100% than it is to 75%. It's sometimes people say 90%, sometimes 95, sometimes like 98. If you had to put a percentage on it, which is usually actually a legal error to put a percentage on it. But, it's a high number, right? If you go with the like 95% thing, you should be at like out of 20 people, one maybe wrongful conviction, which is still too high in my opinion. But yeah, it's getting to getting that they can tell the jury this is an animal, this is an animal attack is, or these are animal marks is so much more. It's so much better. And the thing is that the judge is still going to screw it up. And we're going to talk about that. And yeah.
Over the Commonwealth's objection.
And I'd look to have the cross-examiner, because if you're going to allow a consistent opinion with a dog.
No, Mr. Jackson said animal.
I'll leave it at animal if that's what I can get. I'll take what I can get.
In her experience, Mr. Jackson, you have to lay a foundation. In her experience, seeing animal bites, this is consistent with what she has seen in an animal bite.
And that will include, I'll come to sidebar before I display anything. That will include a representation of what an animal jaw looks like.
No, it will not.
Why is that?
That's my ruling, Mr. Jackson.
So no visuals.
No visuals, just that one sentence that's consistent with what she has seen. It's an animal bite. A brief foundation, because I'm letting that statement in as long as she has said, as long as she testifies that she has seen animal bites over the years. That's it, Mr. Brennan. That's what I'm doing. So you don't want an instruction, Mr. Jackson? Okay. All right. So there are two other quick matters, but the jury's been here, and I don't think we'll get past the break.
So that is a big win for the defense. It's not nearly what they wanted. It's not nearly what they should have gotten. It's not nearly what they deserve. But it's better than where they were at the start of the day. 100% better than where they were at the start of the day. Good old Archie Gal, I'm not sure why your comments are disappearing. I see them. I mean, it's way better than where they were at the start of the day. Tremendously so. All right, we've hit the goal, so I owe you guys the story of the outhouse. Let me just actually, probably the easiest way to pull this up is by going to Twitter. I'm just gonna pull this down so that it's not, so I'm not showing you guys my internal Twitter mechanisms. But let's show you guys the outhouse. Okay, so this is the outhouse. So I've got an outhouse installed on the land, and this is a place for Brennan's arguments. Now, it's not done, because right now you can see like the bare wood. I got work to do on it. We're going to have to paint it. We're going to have to, do all of that. The inside has a little tank, like it's got a little self-contained tank there. So, that's all set up. And I still do need to do some things to make it look nicer. I need to, it's got a seat. The seat is plastic, so it's not going to be quite as bad as some seats, but I might put a heater in there. I might, whatever else. Now, somebody says composting tank. No, it's not a composting toilet because I don't have power out there, and composting toilets need power. It's got a vent. It's got all of that stuff. No, I didn't build it myself. I hired somebody to build it, and they delivered it. What about a composting toilet? Composting toilets need power, and I don't have power out there. So no composting toilet because no power. Now, what else am I going to, we're going to paint it. We're going to, just to keep the weather off it and so forth. What I'm probably also going to do is put in some things like a little battery operated light, because that'll be a little more pleasant there. I may throw in a diesel heater. I may throw in a, what do you call it? I got to put in a rack to hold Burgess's CV, rolls of Burgess's CV. I'm probably going to throw some insulation in there. I'm going to, all of those things. So why would it need power? Composting toilets need power. So, yeah. All right. So, yeah, this is kind of the goal there. I'm just, going to set all that up. But I'm looking forward to having this. It'll be kind of a helpful thing. No, composting toilets don't need power. Well, you might want to tell the composting toilet guys, because they say differently on that. So, yeah, yeah, we'll figure that out. Get a urine diverter. No electric, no water needed. I'll have to figure it out. Motion to name the toilet pit the Hank Tank. Maybe not. So, yeah. All right. I guess we'll head back to things, but yeah, I'm kind of proud of that. And the good thing is that the Girl Guides, Mrs. Runkle is bringing Girl Guides up to the land. And what is it? I mean, I am fine with I'm fine with a little, shovel. I'm fine with a little, a trowel. But the Girl Guides, not so much. The Girl Guides need, they need something a little fancier. So, yeah, they're they're getting that. So, yeah, it should be good. All right, so yeah, let's jump back into Dr. Laposata, who is amazing. What are Girl Guides? They're like Girl Scouts, but it's a different organization, and yeah. So, yep. All right, here we go. I'll have to figure out another goal here.
Last left off, we were talking about a small injury to the upper eyelid of Mr. O'Keefe. Do you recall that?
I do.
Can we have exhibit 165 with the course of the mission, please?
Okay.
I'd like you to take a look at a specific area.
This is a good question. Did Jackson turn down the burden shifting instruction? Yes. I know you said it wouldn't have done much on its own, but would have hurt to have that as well. I think the burden shifting instruction actually could hurt because it could make the jurors think more about the fact that they didn't hear from that witness, like that they didn't hear it, right? So I very much think that that it could actually hurt. You better bear proof that. It's got a door, but I'm also probably going to install a little bracket with I'm probably going to have a bracket with a can of bear spray in there. So, just if you're in there and a bear gets interested, you got something to fight it with on the way out.
I could. There we go. Right here on this.
Everyone should be diverting urine so we can stop polluting a gallon of clean water with every dump. There's no water in this. This is just a tank. It's just going into a container. So there's no water to be wasted.
You see that area?
Yes, I do.
Tell us what that is.
And that is a horizontal splitting of the skin, which was caused by application of force that overcame the tissue's resistance, so the tissue split. And behind that, we see the raccoonite discoloration of the eyelid from the basilar skull fractures.
Can we have exhibit 13, please? I want to draw your attention to this area of the vehicle. First of all, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that photograph?
I recognize it from looking at it in my materials reviewed, that it's the rear of Miss Reed's SUV.
Taking a look at the area that I'm highlighting, right about there.
Yes.
Could we zoom in on that area? Do you see that overhang over the window?
Yes, I do.
If I use the word spoiler, would you understand what I'm talking about?
And I'm going to take
yes,
it to 1.25.
yes, I do.
Oh, and because some people requested it, I'm going to see if YouTube has if YouTube has updated the closed captions yet. So, it doesn't look like it. Okay. Such is life.
I'm looking at it in my materials reviewed, that it's the rear of Miss Reed's SUV.
Taking a look at the area that I'm highlighting, right about there.
Yes.
Could we zoom in on that area? Do you see that overhang over the window?
Yes, I do.
If I use the word spoiler, would you understand what I'm talking about?
Yes, yes, I do.
Is the laceration to Mr. O'Keefe's upper eyelid that we just looked at, is that consistent in your opinion with a strike from that area of the vehicle if that vehicle were traveling in reverse at, say, 20 plus miles per hour?
No, that rounded thick area would not cause that skin defect in his upper eyelid.
If in fact a person were hit at say 20 plus miles an hour in the face with that rounded edge, what kind of what kind of injury would you expect to see on that person's face?
I would expect to see a ribbon of bruise that would correspond to the height of that spoiler, and then it would go across the eyeball, it would hit the nose. So I would expect to see some horizontal ribbon of bruise.
Did you see anything consistent with that, with Mr. O'Keefe's injuries?
No, nothing.
Thank you. We can take that down. We talked yesterday about this phenomenon known as coup contra coup injury to the brain, correct?
Yes.
So she just poured a whole bunch of cold water on Brennan's theory that eye mark that you see, that eye mark might be from hitting the vehicle there. She's like, no, that's not, that is not actually what happened. That is not at all. And so, nope. This is already the first sort of thing that is a bad moment for Brennan in this. And I'm just going to tell you, there's a whole lot more bad moment for Brennan in her testimony. She is probably the best witness that the defense has called thus far. And I don't know that it's close. Like, she is really good. Sorry, Dr. Russell. Really loved your testimony. You're super qualified. You're super impressive. But she is she's a force. She is a force of nature, and it is something to behold. So, yeah.
What happens to the brain after a significant coup contra coup injury?
Yes, this was quite a severe brain injury. Was injured on the back of the brain and also the front of the brain. The falling back and impacting the back of the head made the skull fracture radiate along the base of the brain on the right and left sides. It also radiated around on the side of the skull, and that indicates a tremendous transfer of force and energy to the skull and then to the brain. And the brain is rattled around, therefore, within the cerebral spinal fluid in the skull. So what that does is that it breaks the connections between the neurons in the brain and causes small little hemorrhages, and it causes the brain to swell. So when you get an injury, like if you get an injury on your arm, it starts to swell. The same thing happens when that injury energy is applied to the brain. The brain starts to swell. And unfortunately, the brain, when it swells, it doesn't have anywhere to go because it's encased in the skull. So what happens is that the brain and the brain stem under the brain starts to go down the opening in the base of the skull where your spinal cord goes. And that.
Now, the key thing to know about your brain stem, the brainstem is basically where all of you staying alive is. The brainstem is, different parts of the brain handle different parts of things. So you've got like around here, you've got sort of language areas and speech. Towards the front, you've got like inhibition of, impulses and so forth. Towards the back at the occipital lobe, you've got areas that handle vision and so forth. The brainstem does all the things that you never really worry about until you worry about them. Your brainstem does things like helps you breathe, helps your heart. The brainstem is what, if you're sitting there and you don't actually send a signal every like little short period going heartbeat, 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 heart, your brainstem does that automatically for you. You don't have the ability to voluntarily go heartbeat, heartbeat, heartbeat. You just can't. Your brainstem, on the other hand, it's handling that. It's good. it's doing all the things. And so if the brainstem fails, then suddenly your heart is like, I've been beating for the past 25 years. But I don't know what to do next. Should I beat again? And if your brainstem isn't there to be like, yes, you should totally keep beating, then you will, die. So brainstem is why you get now think about the fun things of we're built to take on threats from the front. And so like the front of your skull is actually pretty durable, right? It's pretty reinforced. You're actually pretty good at taking hits to the front. You shouldn't do it, but you're pretty good at it. Hits to the back, on the other hand, can mess you up in a really big way, really fast. And so this is part of how you see people dying of, you see people get killed because they get hit and they fall backwards, or they get hit and, they get hit from behind. So, yeah. Brainstem is important. And if your brainstem gets compressed, you're done. That's it. You're over. You're finished. So, yeah.
That is a harbinger of death, because that means that the brainstem is getting pushed down in this hole in the skull and compressing the areas in the brainstem which control the heartbeat and breathing. And that's called brainstem herniation. And that you just die after that. So that's what happened to Mr. O'Keefe's brain.
So let's also talk about the other fun thing that'll happen if you are, if your brain is swelling. Like, let's say you get into a car accident or something, you've crashed your car and you're not as bad off as John O'Keefe was, but you're still bad, right? You're still suffering a major brain injury. They rush you to the hospital. You get there and then they're like, okay, this guy's brain is swelling. It is, this is an emergency. Some of the things that they might do to deal with the swelling, they may drill a hole in your brain, or not in your brain, but they may drill a hole in your skull, rather, to let some of the liquid out, whether that's blood that's pooling or cerebrospinal fluid to take some pressure off, or they may just lift your skull right off and just be like, okay, we're going to let the brain breathe for a while and give it some room to swell. Now, these are extreme remedies. These are extreme things, but it gives you an idea of just how bad brain swelling is, that they're willing to knock your skull open. So, yeah.
I have a document I'd like to approach with.
Yeah, they don't actually drill into your brain unless you are preparing to be a Commonwealth witness. Yeah. She's really struggling to breathe, and I feel bad for that. So,
Doctor, can you take a look at that document that I just handed you and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, I recognize this.
How do you recognize that document?
From looking at the autopsy photos of Mr. O'Keefe's brain.
And what portion of the brain are you looking at?
This shows a photograph looking up under the brain, and it shows a cross section of the brainstem that went down in the hole in the base of the skull. And we see there's hemorrhage in it, and those have a special name. They're called Duret hemorrhages.
How do you spell that?
Duret with a little There's a little accent somewhere there.
Carrot over the E.
Yes. And this shows that the brainstem is going down into the hole where the spinal cord goes. It's stretching the blood vessels and causes little hemorrhage and compresses the neurons in the brainstem, which control your heart rate and your respiration. It's called brainstem herniation, and that's a harbinger of immediate death.
Your Honor, with that, I would ask for the admission of the next.
By the way, harbinger of immediate death is like if I ever start a metal band, that might be our that might be the name, you know. And now, you know, Runkle headlining harbinger of immediate death. Might be too wordy, but it's still pretty fun.
That document is next in order, subject to the order of actions.
Okay, so we'll take that into evidence. Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, with the redaction, may I present the?
Not yet. 1 minute. Jurors, I told you before that there were photographs that have been introduced into evidence that aren't pleasant. And you may find that these photographs are graphic, and I'm instructing.
They are graphic. Like, just get over it. They are graphic. We still don't have closed captioning yet. I checked a few minutes ago. Yeah.
You again that your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs, you'll see some more today, I believe, that have already been introduced into evidence. So your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs may be unpleasant or graphic. The defendant's entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not one based on pity or sympathy for the deceased, which might be occasioned by the photographs. Importantly, consider the photographs only as they may draw your attention to a clinical medical status or to the nature of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries themselves. So again, these will be presented to you in the deliberation room in an envelope. But today you'll see some on the screen, and I just wanted you to know that before you see it. So now you can display it.
Your Honor, may I approach very briefly?
Yes.
If you wouldn't mind taking a look at that document.
Oh,
Is that
yes.
a redacted version or a close-up version of just the brainstem?
Yes, this photograph shows the cross section going this way of the brainstem with the hemorrhages caused by the brainstem going down into the foramen magnum.
With that, Your Honor, actually, I think with the court's permission, I would trade that as the next in order rather than the unredacted version.
All right. Is there any objection to the switching the exhibits like that?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
And the arrows point to that on there.
So this is going to be the next exhibit,
That'd be it.
exhibit 225.
Thank you. The other one will be ID for identification, the first one.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And that'll be FFF for ID.
They got a lot of exhibits in this. So, yeah.
Okay, you can display it now.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, do you see what's displayed on the screen above your head?
Yes,
What is that?
excuse me, that's a cross section across the brainstem of Mr. O'Keefe. And it shows where the blue arrows I've put in there show the red areas, which are areas of bleeding, which is the sign of brainstem herniation. All the background is white material, and that's part of the appearance of neurons in the brain. So that shows that the brainstem, because of the brain swelling, pushed it down into the hole in the base of the skull where the spinal cord goes, and it pulls on the blood vessels, causing the blood vessels to break and the blood vessels to bleed. And that shows you that the brainstem has been compressed and damaged, causing death.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm holding a green laser pointer.
Oh, thank you.
Use the display to your right, so the viewers can kind of see it. Could you point to the areas with that laser pointer of the bleeding that you indicated causes the swelling?
Okay, so
She's just, she's kind of endearing the way she's like, ooh, a laser pointer. Yeah, I just find it endearing. I Oh, I started another goal for cracking open a lucky, and yeah. All right, let's jump forward a little bit. I don't have timestamps, so I'm trying to get the key moments. They won't show it.
Because if you fall back on a flat surface, you get
Oh, there we go.
came back and slammed his head. He's not going to get up and move around.
So, yes, I'm going to strike the second part of that. Just answer the question specifically.
Okay, I'll try, Your Honor. Thank you.
Why were you interested in the outside area where his body was found?
Because then I could identify an object possibly there that would have caused the injury on the back of his head.
Did you see any such object in any of the photos that you reviewed?
No, there was nothing there. It was a flat grass surface.
Would the flat grass, let's assume that the grass was very cold and very hard. The dirt was very cold and very hard. Would falling backward onto that dirt, hard or not, would that cause the pattern injury that you see, that we just saw in Exhibit 160?
No,
Why do you say that?
because if you fall back on a flat surface, you get many times the tear you get in the scalp can be more like a star because you've just hit one part and then the tears go in kind of a star pattern. And also because you would not have those discrete vertical scraping of the skin. You would tend to, if you fell back on grass, you would tend to see, you might see grass in the wound, or you would tend to see an irregular kind of crisscross pattern of the flattened grass. And that's not what we have here on Mr. O'Keefe.
She's like, yeah, your whole theory that that he fell on the ground, like, nah, that's not a thing. That's just not how that went down. So nope. Yep, she's a bad day for Brennan here. So yep.
Do you have any training or experience in diagnosing hypothermia in individuals?
Oh, yes.
Have you conducted autopsies of individuals who suffered from or died from hypothermia?
Yes, many.
How many?
100 or more. And then I've supervised my assistants who've also diagnosed the same death from decrease in body temperature.
Have you ever engaged in any death investigation, aside from the actual autopsies, death investigations in which the cause of death was deemed to be hypothermia?
Yes,
How many times would you say you've undertaken that type of investigation?
at least 100.
Have you ever reviewed any peer-reviewed medical literature associated with or discussing hypothermia and something known as Wisniewski spots?
Yes, that's in the medical literature and also in our forensic textbooks.
Did you review the medical examiner's file, Dr. Squartibello's file, as it related to, well, in connection with this case, you reviewed the entire file, correct?
I did.
Did you conduct a differential diagnosis as it relates to the potential for hypothermia?
Yes, I did.
Describe, before we get into your findings or your conclusions and opinions, what is inferential thinking?
Inferential thinking is another name for making a differential diagnosis. In other words, seeing a finding and then saying, how many ways can I get that finding? And then go and investigate each one of those ways and either rule them in or rule them out as being responsible to causing that finding.
So what she means when she says you identify a finding and then you see what. So the finding in a particular case would be like the pattern of injuries, right? Like, okay, he's got like the following brain injuries. He's got the following arm injuries. He's got all of these things, right? How could that have happened? What could that be caused by? And keep in mind that people can have more than one problem, more than one issue, right? So consider, for example, consider that you're a doctor and somebody comes in and they're like, doctor, I've got this issue, that issue, and the other issue. And you're like, all right, well, it might be that they have the flu. Lots of people go in, lots of people get the flu, and they're like, hey, I got the flu. And yeah, that's totally a thing. But it might be that it's not only the flu, because you're like, hey, you guys have, you've got, you're feeling some malaise, you're feeling some, this, you're feeling some that, but also, you really shouldn't be, I don't know, peeing blood, something like that. And if you're peeing blood, that's probably not a symptom of the flu. That's a symptom of something else. So maybe you have the flu and, bladder cancer, right? It's, it's like, okay, you've got all of these different things, right? So, differential diagnosis can be a situation of like, we got to identify more than one thing. A friend of mine got injured, got a broken arm, and went to the hospital because of his broken arm. And by the time he left the hospital, he also had a diagnosis of cancer because they were like, hey, this is not just a broken arm. This is other stuff as well. So, yes. Joe, unless the conditions restrict you from buying firearms, then you should be fine. Like, it's a PAL. So, yeah. All right. Here we go.
Did you note whether or not the medical examiner, Dr. Scortibello, mentioned hypothermia as a potential cause of death in this case,
She did put that on the death certificate,
along with something else?
along with the blunt force head injury.
Do you agree with or concur with the blunt force head injury
Yes,
as a cause of death?
yes, Mr. O'Keefe died from the blunt force head injury.
Do you concur with the diagnosis of hypothermia?
No, the body did not have any hypothermia.
What led you to that conclusion?
Well, when you have we know that normal body temperature is around 98, and we know that then at the hospital that Mr. O'Keefe's rectal temperature was around 80. So we know that his temperature went down. So there are two ways the body temperature can get down. It can get down while you're alive, or a dead body also cools when it's in a cold environment. So those are the two things you have to look at.
Now, the Brennan very much wants the hypothermia here. And the reason why he wants the hypothermia is because he's going to say, look, she could have saved his life. Brennan's argument might be, listen, maybe this is manslaughter and she could have saved his life if only she'd just given a damn. It's, had she gotten off her butt and done anything to save him, then, he'd be alive right now, and that would be a very different situation. But, and the reason why is because manslaughter's got a big range of potential sentences, and he wants a high sentence. So he wants to say, it's super aggravating that she doesn't, call for an ambulance and whatever else. And she's like, first of all, I don't think he was hit by a car. But second of all, whatever did hit him, he was done. Like, that was going to be a fatal injury, and there really wasn't anything to be done about it because that's fatal. That's it. That's over. So Brennan doesn't want that. He's going to fight that real hard.
I want you to take a look. I'm sorry, Mayor Cocho. Thank you, I apologize.
Yes,
Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
yes, I do.
What is that?
This is a photograph I took from our forensic medical literature, and it shows the lining of the stomach. So the stomach is opened up, and we look at the lining of the stomach, and it shows a characteristic pattern of small ulcerations throughout the stomach, which are called medically Wisniewski's ulcers. And that allows a forensic pathologist to diagnose death from being exposed to a cold environment or death due to hypothermia. And they're caused by, as the body gets colder and colder when it's alive, the small blood vessels in the lining of the stomach, they start to break, and then they're in the acidic environment of the stomach, and you get tiny little ulcers, which then look like small dots. And that is how at postmortem examination or autopsy, it's one of the findings I look for to see if a person died from hypothermia.
Doctor, what is gastric mucosa as it relates to stomach lining?
The gastric mucosa, when you open up the stomach and you look at the inside, the first cells lining that inside is called the mucosa.
Is that what we're looking at in this photograph or no?
Yes, we're looking at the mucosa with ulcerations, which are little craters that form in it due to hypothermia.
Is that exemplar of what Wisniewski spots looks like as it relates to hypothermia from a book that is, or literature that is peer reviewed?
Oh, yes.
Is it widely accepted in the medical field?
Yes, it is.
And is it referenced by forensic pathologists and used in teaching?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'll move for the admission of that photograph.
Okay.
All right, so she says not hypothermia. I'm going to see if we've got closed captioning again because people are, wanting it. So I'm going to try again. We'll just see if it is available. It's not always available, but sometimes it takes a moment. So, this is cool. Zappa Fish says, Mark Betterow and I grew up together in Framingham. 2 years below us was Stephen Furbush, dad of the two kids, died young. Their story kills me, I guess. That I'm so sorry. That is a tragic. Yeah. That. So, but yes, interesting. Interesting with Betterow or growing up with Betterow. So. I wonder what he was like as a kid. Yeah, okay, here we go.
Times a minute for a depth of about 2 or 2.5 inches, that these organs right underneath of it get compressed between the Lucas pump and the bony vertebral bodies that's along your back. So you have the Lucas machine compressing these organs, and they're compressing them against the vertebral bodies of your bony vertebral column in the back. So you can get other injuries, organ injuries, that is a complication of the automated mechanical resuscitation. You can get cardiac ruptures, you can get ruptures of the liver, because all those organs.
Let's look at that machine.
What is that a picture of, the highlighted portion?
That's the circular part that actually is projected down onto the body.
That makes contact with the chest?
Correct, and it has a spring in there that the engine.
So this is the machine.
Could be a model.
An unknown person.
Okay. And then what are we looking at in terms of the actual machines?
Yeah, this shows the actual machine before it's put on a patient. You can see how it encircles the patient, and then there is this circular pump, which is the compressor pump.
If we can look at what is that a picture of, the highlighted portion?
That's the circular part that actually is projected down onto the body.
That makes contact with the chest?
Correct, and it.
So why does this machine exist? Well, because this machine exists because people are weak, because people are frail. And so let's say you need chest compressions. I might be able to do chest compressions for maybe 5 minutes. Maybe if I was like really adrenaline is running and so forth. I don't think I could. This machine can keep chest compressions going for forever because it's a machine and it doesn't need to be full on. So now, whenever you're looking at CPR, CPR is... if you're doing it right, if you're doing it right, it's gonna hurt, it's gonna be potentially damaging. It can break bones. It can, as she testifies, it can, it can cause organ damage, and the organ damage is, she says it's not usually a problem. but I mean, it might be. Oh, so, the thing is that when you need chest compressions and you need chest compressions to continue for a while, any of the organ damage are, it's kind of like, okay, whatever. It's not, yeah. Real CPR is damaging. If you don't want a DNR on your 80-year-old grandma with heart failure, you should reconsider. I mean, really, that's the grandma's, that's the grandma's call on that one. So, yeah.
Okay.
Taking a look at the photographs to the left and to the right, do you see any indication on Mr. O'Keefe's body that is suggestive that where the Lucas machine was situated?
Yes, as I pointed out here with the blue arrows, that big circular mark there is the mark on the skin where the compression pump compressed the chest of Mr. O'Keefe, and it caused some rib fractures, and it also caused those reddening of the stomach and some hemorrhage in the pancreas.
We can take that down. Doctor, based on your review of the medical records, did you calculate the approximate number of compressions that Mr. O'Keefe would have been subject to based on that Lucas machine?
Yes.
What is that calculation?
His body was found around 6 a.m, and he got to the hospital around 6:37, I think. So if they put the Lucas machine on him when they got him into the ambulance, and it's compressing at 100 times a minute, and that is from the time of the body being discovered to the time at the hospital, that's around 37 minutes. So if you multiply 37 minutes times 100 compressions a minute, that's around over 30,000 compressions that would.
Whoops. Let's hear that again.
A minute, and that is from the time of the body being discovered to the time at the hospital, that's around 37 minutes. So if you multiply 37 minutes times 100 compressions a minute, that's around over 30,000 compressions that would have been.
That's 3,700, not 30,000. She added a 0. I'm surprised Brennan didn't cross on this point. So yeah. Nomadic, please, Runkle, we've had enough of this Karen crap. Will you please get back to doing your regular content? This trial is gonna end like next week, so chill. We'll be getting back to regular content in like a week, so chill. Now I saw somebody in the comments saying Sweet Caroline or Staying Alive. So Staying Alive is the is for timing the pumps, right? Is for timing the chest compressions. And so you can time the staying alive. That's kind of the timing, right? Now, the fun thing is that there are other songs that work. There are other songs that have about the right time frame. One of them is Baby Shark Do 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 Do. But the other one that is kind of funny is Another One Bites the Dust. Dun, dun, dun. Another one bites the dust. Dun, dun, dun. And the thing is that if you are ever doing the Another One Bites the Dust while doing the chest compressions, you should probably just sing it in your head. Do not sing it at full volume, because if you are found sitting there beating up on a dying person while singing Another One Bites the Dust, then people may have opinions. I feel like you're a lot more likely to get charged or the like if you're sitting there doing the Another One Bites the Dust. Does Runkle answer questions? Yes. That I that's not necessarily your question, but yes, I do. So the CPR cert lady made us promise it was an inside song only if we used it. So yes. Yeah. Highway to Hell also has the right typo. Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
Done to Mr. O'Keefe's body in the course of his resuscitation efforts.
Doctor, do you have an opinion as to what caused the hemorrhaging that we saw on Mr. O'Keefe's stomach lining?
Yes.
What is that opinion?
It was from the blunt compression of the Lucas machine.
Is that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
You indicated earlier that there is a difference between someone dying of hypothermia, complications associated with hypothermia, and a body that's already passed away just cooling, correct?
Correct.
Do you have an opinion as to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether Mr. O'Keefe suffered from hypothermia?
I do have an opinion.
What is that opinion?
He did not experience hypothermia.
Did you observe any signs of frostbite?
No.
Did that have any weight concerning your opinion, overall opinion, as to whether or not Mr. O'Keefe died with complications associated with hypothermia?
Well, it's,
All right, we're gonna.
Something that you were trained in when you were training, correct?
yes, it's very basic to the discipline of
We
forensic
haven't reached
pathology.
cross yet.
And have you also trained others during the course of your 40-year career on the issue of wound pattern recognition?
Yes.
This is
You
key.
taught courses and given lectures, is that right?
Yes, I have.
I'd like to show you Exhibit 167 with the court's permission.
Okay.
I know this is going to be a long recap, but such is life. This is a moment that I really wanted to show you guys.
Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
Is a photograph of the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe.
Did you review and consider this photograph and others in coming or forming your opinions, coming to your conclusions and opinions in this case?
Yes.
In order to come to your ultimate opinion and conclusion, or opinions and conclusions in this case, is it important to take all of the injuries that a decedent may have suffered into account rather than one or two piecemeal?
Now you have to look at the whole picture to understand what happened to the body.
Why is that? What's the importance of that? It may be obvious, but explain that for the jurors, please.
Well, there are, when you're looking at changes and injuries to the body and trying to understand what happened to the body, there are different patterns of injuries on different parts of the body. And by trying to separate those and understand what patterns were caused by certain things, then you're able to put together a sequence of events that happened to the body prior to death.
What role do photographs play in a forensic medical examiner reviewing the medical evidence and coming to opinions and conclusions? How important are photographs?
Oh, those are huge. It's standard practice to always document at the postmortem examination important findings with photography.
Were the photos in Mr. O'Keefe's case useful in coming to opinions and conclusions concerning his injuries altogether?
Yes.
What about the injuries to his right arm?
Yes, those photographs are very important to understand those injuries.
Do you believe that there is a patterned injury on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
Yes, there is a pattern injury there.
Have you ever seen, in your experience, either being taught or teaching, patterned injuries as they relate to animal wounds generally?
Oh, absolutely. Very common.
Do animal wounds include both claws and teeth, dentin?
Yes.
So bite marks and claw marks might be two different types of patterned wounds that you may see in your evaluation, just in general?
Correct, because when an animal approaches the body, there may be damage from the claws and also from the mouth.
Do you expect to see punctate wounds as well as linear abrasions?
Yes.
By the way, we're gonna see Judge Canone completely misunderstand a word, and I'm gonna rage because this is like a failure to vocabulary in a situation where like vocabularying should be doable.
Do you expect to see certain bite patterns as well?
Yes.
What types of injuries, let's talk about animals in general, what types of injuries do animals produce on the skin of human beings?
Well, animals can produce, if you're talking about, mammals, they can produce injuries from their claws, where you get parallel scrapes of the skin from the claws applied to the skin, or you can see a pattern from the jaw configuration of the animal. And most animals that attack or get in contact with the body have canines. So there's two canines on either side that make paired marks, and that would be called a pattern injury. So it makes parallel sort of gouges, and as the canines move in a horizontal pattern or a vertical pattern, the space between them can change. The other thing you see in a animal bite is you see not only the canines that come out, but depending on how the jaw is applied to the body, you can have little dot-like imprints in sort of a U-shaped pattern, which are from the incisors, the little incisors of the animal. So you look for punctures, you look for paired gouges, which would be the canines, and then you look for arced patterns of little dots, which can be the application of the incisors of an animal bite.
What is an incised wound?
An incised wound is a wound due to cutting from a sharp object.
Would you expect to see incised wounds from an animal bite or claw marks?
No, they don't cause, they're not like knife wounds. They cause more of a scraping injury.
Do you see the injuries that you're looking at in Exhibit 167, are these more consistent with incised wounds or the scraping abrasions that you just talked about?
Sustained.
Were you able to determine from your review of the medical records whether the injuries that you see on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm were pre-mortem or post-mortem?
They were, yes, I can determine that. They were inflicted prior to death.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not the wounds that you see, the patterned injury that you see on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm is consistent with an animal bite or claw marks?
Yes, it is, very much.
Thank you. We can take that down. May I have just a moment, Your Honor? Actually, Your Honor, may we approach very briefly?
Okay.
And here we go.
May I inquire?
Yes.
You indicated that, in your opinion, the wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's arms were pre-mortem, not post-mortem. His right arm, I should say, were pre-mortem, not post-mortem, correct?
Correct.
What's the basis for that opinion?
Well, a forensic pathologist has to be able to differentiate changes that happen to the body while the person is alive versus things that happen after the person is dead. For instance,
So right now she's about to throw, I was going to say cold water, but I think that this is more hot water that she's going to throw, because she's saying, first of all, the injuries are from an animal. But there's been a lot of people theorizing, including people who think Karen Reed is guilty, who have theorized that that the injuries were something like, I've seen a lot of the like anti-Karen Reed types go, yeah, so she hit him, and and then he's laying in the laying in the snow, and a dog chewed on the chewed on his arm, or like something chewed on his arm, and and I didn't see who doxed the kids, but don't do that. And she's gonna say, no, that's not the case. So yeah.
there's something called post-mortem predation, where if the body is out in the woods and dead, then wolves and such can come and make, quote, injuries to the body. But we're able to tell from our training and experience that those were made after death. The usual way we tell is that when it's made during life, the blood vessels that are damaged, the heart's pumping blood through. So you can see a reddish color and maybe some blood around it. Whereas if the body is damaged after death, the changes to that body and those, quote, injuries look more yellowish and kind of brown because the blood is not flowing. So that's how you can tell if something done to the body is while the body was alive or whether it was done after death.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that the wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm were pre-mortem?
Yes, they were done while he was alive and bleeding.
You talked about death investigations. As a matter of fact, you mentioned something about what a forensic pathologist's role is in a death investigation to potentially send investigators back out to answer certain questions, correct?
Yes.
Did you see any evidence in the medical records or the medical examiner's complete records that any effort was made to send investigators to the location to see if there were any animals at the location at or around the time of John O'Keefe's death?
Sustained.
So Kent goes and
I
asks,
think it's
did you
important.
look for any animals?
Well, let me ask it a different way. Would following up with investigators be an important part of any forensic pathology investigation?
Oh, absolutely. You're working as a team to figure out what happened to the body.
Thank you. We talked about the theme and theory of differential diagnosis, correct?
Yes.
How does engaging in the process of differential diagnoses avoid bias in an investigation?
By after you have your
All right, we're going to skip now to cross-examination. Because, I mean, basically she continues to be a really excellent witness to do a lot of demolishing of the Commonwealth's case, but yeah, we're gonna have a look at that. You know, we're gonna have a look at the cross because the cross starts out kind of spicy. So here we go.
Just please go ahead.
Did you see any x-rays?
I did.
What were the x-rays of?
The x-rays were taken of Mr. O'Keefe at the medical examiner's office when they were
Also, we're at 8 out of 10 on the goal, so hit the goal.
x-rays of his chest, his arms, and his legs.
Did you specifically review x-rays of his right appendage, hand, forearm, arm?
Yes, they were included in the x-rays.
Have you seen x-rays before?
This is also really important. Hey, did you see the x-rays of his arm? Because we had the Commonwealth's expert said there weren't any x-rays. There were no x-rays done. And she's like, yeah, I checked the x-rays and yeah, and I know we're not at Cross yet. Cross is Cross I think is soon. But yeah, it's like so this makes the Commonwealth's expert out to be a bit of an idiot. And if the Commonwealth like tries to recall their expert, it'll be like, so didn't you say there were no x-rays? Well, yeah. I see people on Twitter saying they're, you know, yeah, they're or I see somebody saying that there's people on Twitter still saying there's no x-rays. I mean, there's clearly x-rays now. So, I mean, why is the Commonwealth not showing their experts the x-rays? That's a question. So, yeah. Also, I love this. My mom was a huge Queen fan. She played Another One Bites the Dust at her funeral. She would have thought it was hilarious. I will approve that as a song at my funeral. So, yeah. Oh, some are trying to say they're not actually of John. Who the hell else would they be of? That makes no sense. Yeah.
Many times.
How many times?
Thousands, probably.
Is part of your job to review x-rays
Oh,
to make
absolutely.
a determination of whether or not they indicate broken bones, fractures, hairline fractures, things of that nature?
Yes, it's part of the medical legal autopsy to study the x-rays of the deceased.
That's done in the ordinary course of being a forensic pathologist, is that right?
Yes,
Are you trained on how to read x-rays?
yes,
You have to be a radiologist to read an x-ray as a medical doctor?
no,
Medical doctors do that all the time, correct?
yes, it's part of general medical training.
And is it also part of specialized training for forensic pathologists?
It falls under the rubric of general radiology that a doctor knows. There are some specialized areas in forensic where you have to understand like decompositional changes that you can see on an x-ray that aren't something that you would see in a clinical setting.
Taking the appendage one item at a time, did you look at Mr. O'Keefe's x-rays of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand?
Yes.
Did you see any defect in the bones of the right hand?
No bony defects, and the tissue was normal.
She's like, oh, yeah, I totally looked at the x-rays and his bones are fine. So he probably wasn't hit by a car there. Also, thank you, Lucy, for the 50 gifted memberships. And is that a picture of Chloe? I'm kidding. That is a sweet pup. That's not a Chloe. So, yes. All right. Carrying on here. And I see we've now hit the goal. So we're going to crack open the lucky.
Take a look at the x-ray of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm.
That's mean,
Yes.
but funny.
Did you notice any defects at all in the bones in the right arm?
No, the bones in the right arm were intact.
No breaks,
Correct, no breaks.
fractures, hairline fractures?
No,
Did you look at the upper arm x-ray of Mr. O'Keefe?
yes.
Did you note any defects in the bone structure of Mr. O'Keefe's upper arm?
No, the bones were 100% intact.
No breaks, fractures, hairline fractures?
Correct, none of those.
Is there any indication in your mind, based on your review of those three x-rays, the hand, forearm, the arm, that arm had suffered any kind of bone trauma at all?
Sustained.
Was there any indication, based on your review, your expert opinion, that his arm had been broken, fractured?
No, the bones were intact. No breakage, no fractures.
Thank you. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Examination.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Laposata.
Okay, we're just going to take this down to one speed. Also, I'm starting a new goal for sharing with you my secret outhouse plans. Now, I say secret outhouse plans because they are secret from precisely one person, which is that I haven't told Mrs. Runkle. I mean, I haven't told anyone else, but I definitely not planning on telling Mrs. Runkle. And it's a good thing she doesn't watch the streams. I want Mrs. Runkle to find out in the surprise. So here we go.
Examination.
God no. God no.
Good afternoon, Dr. Laposata.
6 minutes till the afternoon. Good afternoon.
That's okay.
This throws him off his game. This surprisingly throws him off his game. Watch this.
Good afternoon, Dr. Laposata.
6 minutes till the afternoon. Good afternoon.
That's okay.
He's off his game here.
You wrote a report in this case, doctor?
Now here's the thing. I want you to think about this moment and think about how much you laughed at this, because I laughed pretty hard. But also think about whether you laughed the same amount when Welcher pulled that. Now, Welcher did it so much more, and he does, like, she does this at the she does this at a, like, as a sort of initial kind of thing, whereas Welcher does that endlessly. But I'm just going to say she actually kind of leaves herself open here. She leaves herself open to a potential hot cross beginning. She's actually likable and not over the top. Yes. Now, I will say I have had some experts do this on purpose. I don't think she's one of them, but some experts do this on purpose where they'll try to, like, contradict you on something like that. And, you know, I had an expert at one point. I said, you know, it's nice to meet you. And he said, I bet it is. You know, not nice to meet you back, but I bet it is. So let me tell you how that went for that expert, which is not well. Because if a witness, but especially an expert, if a witness decides to pick a fight with you right at the beginning, you can immediately, if you want, you can immediately go to the hot aggressive cross. And let me show you how that would work here.
Till the afternoon.
Let me show you like how that would work.
Good afternoon, Dr. Laposata.
6 minutes till the afternoon.
Oh, did you not understand that to be a friendly greeting? Why did you feel the need to contradict the friendly greeting? And the thing is you can jump into that right at the beginning and just be like, so you clearly don't like me. You clearly, you know, are you going to, you're arguing about the 6 minutes towards the afternoon? And it wouldn't work on her because she's too likable. She's too, you know, she's too whatever. But if you've got somebody who is, if you've got somebody who's less likable and you can't really pick a fight with a very pleasant, charming older woman, especially one who seems to be struggling to breathe. But you can basically just, sometimes you can turn that into, okay, you are clearly biased, right? And the thing is that you can end up in a situation where the expert just looks super biased. And that, so I don't like this from my experts, but she gets away with it and she is fine with it and it works. And it does actually kind of disarm him. He is like, I don't know what to do with this. And in fact, there's a big thing of, I don't know what to do with this a fair bit. Runkle, she said that as a comeback to him about correcting her about the time in the beginning. Fair. But I mean, he is, he's disarmed. He's like, watch his reaction again. Watch his, watch and
Good afternoon,
see.
Dr. Laposata.
6 minutes till the afternoon. Good afternoon.
That's okay. You wrote a report in this?
It actually throws him off for a moment, right? He's actually got to regain his footing because normally he's like, good afternoon. And he launches immediately into questions. He's got that smooth opening and he's like, I don't know what to do with this. So, it was fun. That, yeah. And I know she's worked with him before. We actually hear that in argument in not too long. So, yeah, we're going to get to that.
Case, doctor?
Yes, I did.
Do you think that based on your analysis, was Mr. O'Keefe thrust backwards? Is that what you determined looking at his head injury?
Whoa. You've been talking to her for 0 minutes and now you're getting into thrusting. Sir, you can't just go with, hi, what's your name? And then directly into discussing thrusting. You got to have some warm up. You got to have some discussion. You know, where does she work? Like, you know, what's, I'm just like, okay, that was a whole, whole thing.
That he was, I didn't understand you had your hand in front of your mouth.
Sure, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
you talked about a head injury that Mr. O'Keefe had that
Yes.
he suffered from
Yes,
that caused his death.
yes.
Was that caused by being thrust backwards?
Yeah, the motion was upwards, down.
Okay. And the way you just showed it could be a fall.
Correct.
Did you have an opinion looking at his wound that he was thrust backwards?
What do you mean thrust?
Well-
His body went backwards. There may have been some applied force to it.
I don't know about thrust. I'm asking if you have an opinion. Your words. Do you have an opinion about thrust?
Do you have an opinion about thrust? I feel like lots of people have an opinion about thrust, but they probably don't want to share it in public. All right, so that's where we're at today.
What do you mean thrust?
Did the forensic pathology diagnosis mean Mr. O'Keefe's body was thrust backward?
If you want to say thrust as indicating movement, that it went backwards, then you could say it was thrust.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you page 2 of your report, Dr. Laposata.
Yes.
I'm just going to ask you to read it, not out loud, and then I can ask you the question if we take it. But I want to.
Yes. Yes.
Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, Dr. Laposata, what did you mean when you described that Mr. O'Keefe's body was thrust backward from a standing position?
I mean that he was standing upright and his body had momentum and went down and hit at the back of his head. So it was thrust backwards.
You cannot tell forensically how much momentum he had, can you?
No, we don't do those analysis.
If you
Now, there's going to be a whole theme in his cross-examination, which is basically, I'm going to ask you about somebody else's job, and then I'm going to get mad at you for not being that other person. He is going to have this as like a running theme, where it's going to be like, hey, yeah, this confirms my hypothesis that Hank Brennan doesn't understand the concepts regarding the expert testimony. He focuses on words, can't pivot, and gets busted. He actually gets stonewalled by this witness. This witness, I am not a wrestling fan, right? I'm not a wrestling fan, but I am aware of some of the wrestling terminology. And there's a term from wrestling, which is to no-sell something, or to no-sale. I'm not sure which it is properly, but so what that means is I might break some people here. Wrestling, like, the WWE stuff is fake. It's an act. It's soap opera, right? And so if you are out there, like if you are a wrestler or whatever, and somebody does like a big punch, right? You're, you as the person being punched do a reaction to it, right? You go, and like, I've been hit, right? And the thing is that to no-sell something, for the people who aren't wrestling fans, a no-sell is, the guy does the fake punch and you just sit there and grin at them. And I mean, it can be a badass move. It can be a dick move. It can be whatever. Usually, but there's a lot of circumstances where she just straight up no-sells his attacks. And it is something to watch. It is like he just comes out swinging and she's just like, no, it's not going to work here. She just is like the "you have no power here" meme. So it's yeah. And yes, there is still a lot of skill involved, athletics and acting. I'm not saying it's, pathetic or anything like that. It's actually really it's really difficult. In fact, I actually suspect that like WWE wrestling is probably a lot harder than like actual combatives. So yeah. Do they punch in wrestling? They do all sorts of things. They pretend to hit people with chairs. They all sorts of things. So yes, invite Rob in. I don't have to invite Rob in. Rob has a link. Rob is welcome anytime. Rob is probably doing work, and but yes, Rob is 100% welcome at any point and has a link to get in. So yes.
You can't tell if anything caused that momentum based on the head injury, can you?
Oh, what do you mean causative? It was caused by his body went backwards.
Yes.
That is
And
reasonable.
So the amount of force causing him to go backwards, that's not something you can determine from the head wound, is it?
No, I can't tell you the amount of force. It was significant because he had the massive skull fractures.
Did you say it would be significant?
Yes, significant force.
In modern medicine, there are a number of different machines that can help us see the brain, like a CAT scan, perhaps,
Sure.
MRIs.
Yes.
Would you agree with modern medicine that the use of
What? Would you agree with modern medicine? That's a fucker of a statement right there.
MRI help us see the brain, like a CAT scan, perhaps,
Sure.
MRIs?
Yes.
Would you agree with modern medicine that
Inappropriate, but okay. Let's see where this is going.
the use of MRIs and CAT scans and other tools give a clinician equal, if not better, opportunity to examine the brain as actually cutting it and holding it in your hand?
No, the actual gold standard is the pathology, to be able to have the brain in your hand, look at it with your naked eye. And we have conferences in the hospital where we meet with radiologists and say what we find at autopsy and see if their radiology was correct.
She's like, hard no. He's like, you'd agree that it's just as good to use the CT scan, right? And she's like, nope. 100% nope. And yeah, and the thing is she's right, because even the best, like, CT scan or CAT scan or MRI or any of those things, they're not as good as looking at the actual structure. And what she means when she says we have conferences is she's like, the radiology guy looked at the brain and said X. Then the person died, and I get to cut them open and show the radiology guy how he got it wrong. Now, here's the thing. The MRI, the CT scan, they do have one tremendous advantage, which is that you are not really allowed to chop up a brain while the person is alive, right? You can't just go and start, cutting bits out, because that is typically known as murder. So, yeah. And she's got this expression of like, I guess I'm going to teach you the basics here today. Dr. School Teacher is like, class is in session.
CAT scans and MRIs show contusions on the brain,
Well, they might.
subdermal hemorrhages,
Subdural hemorrhages. Yes, they can.
herniations.
She's like, no, we're not letting you. She's correcting him on these things because she's like, we're going to get things right here.
They can.
Do you have any doubt about the modern medicine and the use of MRIs and CAT scans? Do you think they're inadequate in any way?
Well, I'm not a clinician,
No,
so
thank
I
you.
don't use those to diagnose diseases in living patients.
Dr.
Fair.
Laposata, have you ever had any experience studying the brain in real time?
Okay, so this is going to be the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Well, not ever, but this is going to... I say not ever because I read a transcript not long ago that I can't read you guys because I have a conflict on it. But it's a super dumb transcript, and I totally wish I could share it with you. And maybe one day I'll be able to, but right now I got a conflict, so I can't. Can't. But yes, you can't chop up brains while they're alive anymore. Ice pick lobotomies have entered the chat. Fun fact. So Dr. Freeman, who popularized the ice pick lobotomy, did like thousands of them and drove around in a specially modified vehicle, which he called the lobotomobile. He literally had a lobotomobile that had equipment for doing lobotomies. And yeah, there is an instance where there was a husband and wife fighting, and he is reported to have pulled up to this couple fighting, used an ECT machine to render the husband unconscious on the scene, and hammered an ice pick into both of his eye sockets and wiggled and did a lobotomy just like on the scene at a random guy who was fighting with his wife. And it's just like, holy shit. He used to show off by doing like 2 lobotomies at once. He used to show off by doing lobotomies on the clock to be like, let me show you how fast I can do them. And believe it or not, he is actually not the scariest person in historical psychology. Freeman and a few other people are the reason why we now have psychological ethics, is because of that shit. So, yeah. All right, here we go. This is one of the most bizarre angles of attack here. So,
To diagnose diseases in living patients.
Dr. Laposata, have you ever had any experience studying the brain in real time, clinically?
In real time, as opposed to what? Fake time? Like bullet time? What kind of time are we talking about?
Going and opening somebody's skull and treating the injury before the person dies?
No, I'm not a neurosurgeon.
You don't have any neurological expertise, do you?
I'm not a neurologist. I'm not a neurosurgeon. I'm a forensic pathologist.
She looks over at the jury like, can you believe this shit? She's literally, right now, she's literally like, sir, this is a Wendy's. Sir, this is a Wendy's. The thing is that she actually does forensic work. She does, like, she is the expert you want for this, more than you want a neurosurgeon, more than you want a neurologist. She is the person who does what is relevant in this trial. And he's like, couldn't you be a different expert? Like, hey, so as I said, he has a major theme of attacking experts on the basis of, well, isn't it true you're not a completely different expert than the expert you are right now? And they're like, yes, that is true. Yeah. Let's just watch her little facial expression again.
I'm not a neurologist. I'm not a neurosurgeon. I'm a forensic pathologist.
Do you have any clinical experience at all where there's an acute head injury and you're making an effort to observe it and analyze the injury as it progresses in an attempt to save the person's life?
I don't treat or diagnose living patients.
She's like, I only deal with dead people. What part of this is unclear? She's like, if the brain is living, you don't send it for an autopsy because that would be that would be not cool. She's like, I only deal with living brains, not brains like yours, Mr. Brennan. So, yeah, I
understand, but as far as your background, have you ever had any experience, clinical experience, showing?
You clearly don't understand because you keep asking the same fucking question, expecting a different fucking answer, and all you're going to get is regular answers, which is, yeah.
The progress of an actual brain injury and trying to treat it.
I understand the physiology of what happens to the brain when it is impacted by something, whether it be a bullet, a boulder, a fall. So I know what happens to the body to cause the changes from that trauma. I don't treat people for those injuries.
In observing a brain that's in trauma and making determinations of how long it's viable or whether the person will expire, do you know the process that a neurosurgeon would go through in order to fight to preserve the person or save the person? Do you know the step-by-step process that they would undertake?
To do what?
To try to operate or save somebody from a head injury, from a brain injury.
I'm going to allow it because of prior testimony.
Well, it depends on what the brain injury is. If you have head injury and you have bleeding on the brain that's pushing the brain one way or the other, it would be a subdural. Then a neurosurgeon would come in and try to take that blood away so it doesn't compress the brain. So that's something that neurosurgeons do to treat head trauma. They can also put in drains into the ventricle of the brain, and that can relieve pressure in the brain because that brain swelling is a bad thing.
So, yeah, the thing is that a neurosurgeon probably is not capable of cutting open a deceased brain and figuring out what, happened to it. Also, there was a fun question here that I have lost. Where did that go? It was a fun question. Where did it get to? So I guess that's why they had to invent the vibrator. Too many couldn't, referring to finding certain portions of the female anatomy. So, one of the reasons for the invention of the vibrator, if I recall correctly, is that treatment for hysteria, which probably never existed, but involved manual stimulation of the genitals. You can guess why women went for this treatment. But the doctor who sort of worked on this was his hands were getting tired. And because his hands were getting tired, he's like, I need a machine to help. So he's like, I need a machine to help, take over. So, yeah. It is a whole thing there. Um,
Those are some of the things neurosurgeons do to treat brain injuries.
Can they remove part of the skull to relieve pressure?
Oh, yes, they can do that. It's called a craniotomy. They can take out part of the skull if they need to.
So there are a number of different steps that a neurosurgeon can take when someone suffers acute brain trauma to try to save the person, isn't there?
Well, the job of any doctor is to try to save a human life if you treat living patients. So certainly a neurosurgeon would evaluate the patient and decide if there's any treatment needed that could improve the patient.
When you've had cases in the past as a medical examiner where there have been issues regarding brain injury, wouldn't you agree that you have sought outside consultation with people who have a higher degree of specialty in brain injury than you?
Sometimes what we do is when we're examining the brain, we can call in for a conference and have a neuropathologist come in and review the brain with us.
And back when you were a medical examiner, you did that on a number of occasions, didn't you?
Yes, that's routine.
The reason why is because there are different specialties in medicine, and some are different.
all right, we're going to jump ahead a little bit here.
Many people who suffer coup contre coup will go into a brain surgeon center, and many of them pass after time, don't they?
Now, and every case is different.
So this is bizarre. I see Runkle orders supper before all the good places are closed. I have some really good leftovers, so unless Mrs. Runkle has eaten them. But if she hasn't eaten them, I want to eat those later. So that is the plan. I ordered from the Swahili place, and they did some excellent work. So
Then I can look at the brain and understand how the brain can heal or react to injuries.
And many people who suffer coup contre coup will go into a brain surgeon center, and many of them pass after time, don't they?
a brain surgeon center? What the hell is a brain surgeon center? Is there like a wall? Like, you mean a hospital? You mean a hospital? Okay. So we hit the goal. I need to share with you guys my secret outhouse plans. So the inside of the outhouse walls right now is pretty boring. It is, it's just like bare wood. So what I'm planning on doing is I'm going to insulate and, and put some like plywood up on the inside, so it might be a little nicer. But I also think it will be fun to get some really truly awful art, really bad art, and put it up on the walls of the outhouse. So, and I mean like really awful. I'm talking about like, let's go to Goodwill and let's find some like really should not exist art. So, I mean, and ideally it should be like vaguely off-putting to have like, in the bathroom there. So, that's kind of my game plan, is to just get some really, really sort of like uncomfortably bad art and throw it up in there. So, let me just think here. I got some good examples. I can show you guys some of my my thoughts for that, like some of the things I'm looking at. So here we go. Where's the share screen button again? Okay, so this, I feel like this this might be a good thing to have like right up there. How's that? I feel like this one could work. This is like I just put those up in the and so that's kind of my grand plan for what to do for the decoration there, and just be like, all right, here we go, and put those up there, and just let people wonder what the hell. It's I gotta order these things because I think that'll be hilarious. What should a good goal be here? Let's see. Goal. Start another goal here. Yeah, I'll have to figure something out. Okay. Back to testimony.
And every case is different.
Right. Some might live for an hour, hours, weeks, months, or survive the injury.
It
Isn't that fair to say?
it depends on the case.
In this case,
I'll probably put it
you
in
don't
after the
have
Girl
any
Guide thing.
objective criteria to identify the amount of time Mr. O'Keefe would have lived if he had the appropriate help. Isn't that fair to say?
I don't think it would have been effective because there were massive skull fractures to the base of the skull. And there are cases where the amount of force and energy applied to the head, causing skull fractures, breaking the neurons, causing the brain swelling, despite rapid medical treatment, those people cannot be saved. They can't effectively stop the brain swelling.
Many people can't be saved. Did you know that about 1/3 of them do get saved?
I don't know what you're talking about. 1/3 of everybody has different sorts of injuries.
All right, so this is the dumbest. I keep saying it's the dumbest, but I mean, there's just all like. So, 1/3 of people who come in with brain injuries can be saved. Great. The thing is that there is a like, who's gonna be saved? Well, it's not random. It's not like you walk in and the doctors roll some dice and decide if you're gonna live with the dice. It's not like, it's not even like, God is up in, whatever, whatever, like, celestial kingdom with like a giant set of dice and rolls it and is like, a 3, this guy's gonna live. Sorry, 2. Like, the people who are likely to survive are the people with the least serious injuries, right? So, let's consider this, right? Like, 1 in 3 people who, like, if you say 1 in 3 people who shows up for emergency surgery is going to survive, well, it's probably more likely to be the guy who got stabbed in the butt versus the guy who got like a shotgun to the eyeball, right? If somebody gets shot in the eyeball with a shotgun, they are probably not going to make it, right? It's probably time to call, instead of medical attention, it's probably time to like get a shovel, right? And she's like, you can't just go 1 in 3, right? You can't just say it's a like it's not how that works. It's not how that works. And hey, potentially criminal raiders, potential criminals, awesome. Shay B says, I have clown art from the 70s and 80s I can donate to the outhouse. Ooh, a clown theme might be pretty solid. So that that is JB, I may take you up on that. That actually sounds pretty pretty entertaining. All right.
Third of what?
With a clivus fracture, coup contre coup. Are you aware that 1/3 of those patients survive if they get the proper treatment?
It depends on the amount of force.
Okay. Are you aware that a study would show? Have you ever read a study by Isaac Wolf on clivus fractures?
No.
Have you read any studies on clivus fractures?
Clivus fractures? Yes, I understand what clivus fractures are. It's a part of the base of the skull.
Okay.
And
And
it
have
depends.
you,
Okay, go ahead.
please? Did you want to?
No, you go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Have you read any studies that tell you with the proper treatment, despite these potentially catastrophic injuries, that 1/3 of patients can survive?
No.
Not every fracture is identical. Some of the fractures are going to be more serious. Some of them are going to be less serious. Some of them are going like, this makes me mad.
Oh, but that's not the case we have here.
And so in this case, I asked if you had any objective criteria. You don't have any objective criteria about the progress of Mr. O'Keefe's wound that can be a basis for you to conclude.
The progress is he got smoked and he died real fast.
That he would have died in 15 minutes. Isn't that fair to say?
No, I understand what happens to the brain when it gets that sort of injury. I understand the time course and the physiology. I've seen hundreds of individuals who've had brain injuries. Some survive for a longer period, some die earlier, and it depends on the amount of force and the amount of brain swelling. And in Mr. O'Keefe's case, we had the massive skull fractures of the base of the brain and immediate swelling and subarachnoid and subdural. So he had a large force applied to his head, which caused the brain swelling and the herniate and the progression of the brain stem down through the foramen magnum that stopped the brain. It was a very forceful impact.
So let's talk about something else. Let's talk about another little thing. I mean, he is being gentle with her, but you have to be when you are dealing with like a very sympathetic, a sympathetic expert, right? You're not going to do well coming at her like with a knife, right? It's just going to make her look, it's going to make you look like an asshole, right? So, but let's talk about something. You actually have a very good chance of surviving a gunshot injury if you make it to the hospital alive. The thing is that lots of people don't make it to the hospital, and you exclude all of the people. Like, if you exclude all of the people who die on scene, then you've got a pretty good chance, right? But that's because it doesn't mean that gunshot injuries are not fatal all the time. It just means that you actually have a much better chance once you've excluded all the dead people, right? If you exclude people who die right away, you got a pretty good shot. And we're gonna roll this. Stacy Labruno saying, I loved when Hank was pressing about the rate of body cooling, and Dr. L. Laposata kept saying, a dead body will. He gave her the chance to repeatedly hammer home the defense's theory that John O'Keefe was already dead before he was outside. Priceless. It really is. So, yeah.
You examined his brain after you looked at photographs. You can't tell us objectively when his brain swell started.
It started immediately after impact.
And
she's like, yes, I freaking can. And I will. And I just did.
you can tell us what the progress of that brain swell was by looking at his postmortem photos.
By looking at the postmortem photos and the postmortem examination. I can tell the degree of force from the extensive skull fractures that were present.
What was the degree of force?
It was medium to large.
Well, that's a wide range. What do you mean? Quantified, medium
So I'll
to
strike
large,
the comment,
please.
ask the question, Mr. Brown.
What does medium to large mean?
Enough to cause a lot of fractures to the skull. He didn't just like sit down and lie down.
If he sat down and lied down, he probably wouldn't have fractured his skull, correct?
That's obvious, yes.
Right. And so when you're telling us you can identify that he immediately died or died within 15 minutes, I'm asking you for objective criteria. For you to give that opinion, I'm asking you what objective information you have. And so you said that there was a large amount of force, correct?
Sure, but because there were massive skull fractures and there's a lot of energy transmitted to the brain, starts swelling immediately
How do you know this wasn't medium force and not large force?
because of the extensive number of skull fractures.
So are you saying it was medium or large force?
Medium to large.
Okay. How much force is that? Can you quantify it?
No.
She's like, no, I'm not a physics person. So, no, that's not how we do things here.
What other objective criteria do you have to support your opinion that Mr. O'Keefe died within 15 minutes?
My training and experience of seeing thousands of deceased people from head injuries and knowing some of their clinical course when they get immediate medical treatment, they don't survive.
But you would agree many do.
Depends on the case.
And in this case, you didn't have any opportunity to observe the progress of Mr. O'Keefe's injury that night, correct?
I'm going to allow that.
I wasn't there.
You
The body told me what happened to it.
You have no assessment of the development of his brain injury and how much time it took that night, do you?
I do, from understanding the significant skull fractures and the swelling of the brain and the compression of the brainstem that all happened very rapidly because of the amount of force that caused all those skull fractures on the base of the skull that actually then hemorrhaged into his upper eyelids. That's a large amount of force.
Was gross edema found on his brain?
I think it was swollen, yes.
But was that a finding?
Yes.
Where did you see that finding?
Well, in order to have the herniation of the brainstem, the brain swells.
Now, I don't have the exact time frame. I think he talks, or I think he does the the coma scale thing shortly, but I'm hoping I'm right because, yeah.
Where did you see that finding?
I can't answer that. I just know it from understanding, looking at the pathology.
So at the end result, at some point, Mr. O'Keefe had gross edema.
In order to get the brain stem hemorrhages, the only way you get that is because the brain has swelled. And there's no, after injury, tissue swells, and there's no place for the brain to go when it swells, except down into the natural hole in the bottom of the skull where the spinal cord goes down. So that's where the pressure goes. So that seeing the brainstem herniation tells you that the brain has swollen a lot.
Undoubtedly, but it doesn't tell you when it began to swell or the progress of that swell, does it?
I don't know what you mean.
You see inevitably because of the swelling, there's the suffocation, but when you see that, you don't know when the swelling began or how quickly it progressed. You can't tell that from an autopsy.
Yes, you can, because of the severity of
He's
the
like, you can't tell that. She's like, motherfucker, yes.
skull fractures. I know there was a lot of force, and that force applied causes you to go unconscious, then your brain swells. If there was just like one skull fracture, then that's a little bit different. But this was massive skull fractures on the base of the skull. So there's a lot of force applied. So I know because there's a lot of force applied to cause the skull fractures, that the brain would swell rapidly.
You would be unable to identify the rapidity of the swelling if you don't.
Watch that reaction.
Able to identify the rapidity of the swelling if you don't know the amount of force. Isn't that fair
She's like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
to say?
Well, I do know the amount of force because of the amount of skull fractures.
In what you know is, in your words, medium to large force.
Yes,
You've heard of periorbital ecchymosis,
yes.
and that's sometimes called raccoon eyes.
Well, periorbital,
So he's going to try to say that takes forever. And she's like, no, that's like right away.
Impediments in the lawn that was frozen.
in the what? Oh, the lawn?
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry.
Yes, I saw the scene photographs of when the snow was removed, and it was like winter lawn grass. So it was some green, some brown that was pushed down, and like straw that was going different directions, which wouldn't give you that pattern.
Did you see the exact area where Mr. O'Keefe last moved?
I saw that general area, and there were a lot of photographs.
Well,
Yes.
You say general area. Can you tell us that you saw photographs of the spot where Mr. O'Keefe was lying when he was found?
Yes, that general area.
Could you see the ground where his head was? Can you identify that?
Yes, with the scene investigation, they shoveled the snow off of that area.
And you had never had a chance to go out to that scene yourself, did you?
No, I just looked at all the photographs.
You cannot see what's under the grass and the dirt, can you?
What are we looking like? What is the theory now? Is this like tremors? Is there like a monster there? Is there like, what are we thinking is under the ground? Is he's like, isn't it possible there's like a hidden, like, are you thinking there was a buried landmine that he hit and like that caused the damage? Because like, what is it that we're theorizing here? Like, is this like, he's thinking that this is Minecraft or something where, you remove the one dirt block and underneath that there might be obsidian or lava or something? Like, what is this? And she's got, look at her facial expression. She's like, are you stupid? Right? Just like, I have never stared at somebody like she is staring. This is the stare of like 40 years of experience of like,
Well, dirt's under the grass.
Well, do you know if there's any rocks or impediments or bumps?
It was a smooth surface covered with grass.
It was a smooth the front lawn was a
It
smooth
was a
surface?
flat surface
Flat.
covered with grass.
Okay, and do you know what was under the grass, whether there was any pebbles, rocks, debris
I didn't see any.
from the photo?
Correct.
she's like, are you just imagining things now? The thing is that these are defense lawyer questions, because a defense lawyer, you can throw shit at the wall, right? You can argue doubt, right? They never checked for a rock, so therefore you have to acquit my client because it could have been a rock, and then that rock would make my client innocent through some theory, right? But these are not prosecution arguments, because the prosecution shouldn't be going, maybe there's a rock, because if you are at maybe there's a rock to try to save your case, as the prosecution, that is reasonable doubt. Like, if you don't have, there is definitely a rock there and that's what did it, like, he should not be trying to figure out his fucking theory, which involves magical, like, mystery rocks or whatever the hell it is that, like, and I mean, I don't know if you've ever, I don't, like, if there's a rock under the grass doesn't grow really in that spot. So there's got to be dirt underneath the grass. Yeah, I totally empathize with her expression of like, what the hell?
But you don't have any firsthand knowledge that exact area where he ended, what the turf was like, do you?
I saw photographs of that lawn where they removed his body
So
from.
you're relying solely on the photographs. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Isn't it true you didn't personally go dig up some random person's lawn with a shovel? Like, okay, what is she supposed to do? Like, literally go start digging people? Like, no.
Do you know if Mr. O'Keefe was wearing anything that could cause abrasion?
Also, you know whose responsibility it would be to dig and look for rocks? The police. Right?
When he landed to cause that scraping pattern in addition to the linear abrasion?
He did have a baseball hat on, but that would not cause that pattern.
The area of the abrasions, is that in the area of the level of where a baseball hat would be on the back of somebody's head?
It could be.
If somebody hits the ground and falls backwards, can they slide?
If they're on an incline.
What if they're thrust?
Why
Well,
is
if you
thrusting
fall
re-entering the
backwards and you
chat?
fall backwards on an incline, your body might move.
What if you fall backwards on flat ground? Does the body, can it move after it falls?
Not really, maybe a little. If from the momentum of the impact, it might move slightly, but not really.
So when a person falls backwards and lands, you don't think their head has any room for movement?
Not significant.
Well, not significantly, maybe just a quarter inch, half inch.
No, it's possible.
And did you see the scrapes around the wound of Mr. O'Keefe's head?
Of course I saw them, yes.
And they're all within, what, about an inch?
What are you describing? What part? Are you describing the tearing, the laceration of the scalp, or the vertical abrasions?
The vertical abrasions.
There were maybe an inch and a half.
An inch and a half? Do you think
All right,
that if
we're gonna
someone
jump
fell
ahead a little
backwards
bit here.
and landed- Do you see all of those superficial abrasions?
Yes, I see patterned injuries.
Right. Would you
By the way, when medical professionals describe an injury as superficial, I just want you to know that doesn't mean what you think a superficial injury is, because you can get pretty fucked up before they stop saying that it's superficial, right? You get, if somebody slashes you with a knife and it goes and you're like, holy shit, that went really deep, they might still be like, yeah, that's superficial. We can just fix that with stitches, right? So, I mean, I wouldn't consider this to be not a big deal if I got attacked like this. I would consider it to be a really big deal, but this is what doctors consider to be superficial, right? You don't see any bones. There's no muscle damage. There's no anything like that.
agree that they're superficial abrasions?
Yes, they go along the skin surface.
How many punctures would you identify in that photograph?
Let's see, there may be some punctures like around the elbow, consistent with the teeth puncturing. Most of them are the teeth scraping along the skin.
I'm not going to ask you what you believe the cause was. I'm going to ask you just about the wound. How many punctures do you see?
Well, this doesn't show, there are other photographs which show more of them, but there's the little dot-like areas, you could call an area of skin puncture.
Can you tell us from this photograph how many punctures you would say are in that photo?
I didn't count them.
Well, did you suggest that there was more than one puncture on that wound?
I think I see more than one, yes.
Pardon me?
I see more than one on there.
Okay, could you give us a count of how many punctures you see?
Well, without looking at all the photos, I couldn't give you a correct number.
Okay. You've written a report, haven't you?
What?
You wrote a report,
I did.
and in your report, you described many of those abrasions as punctures, don't you?
Yeah, yes.
And a puncture isn't just a scratch. A puncture is a penetration of the skin, isn't it?
Yeah, a point-like penetration.
A puncture has a very specific medical meaning, doesn't it?
Yes, it's a point-like penetration of the skin.
And according to you,
So like a syringe, an ice pick, whatever else, but not so much like being stabbed with a sword. Yeah.
there are many punctures in that wound.
Yes, I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 or 7.
Can medical professionals disagree on opinions about wounds and causes?
I suppose they can.
She's like, yes, that is a possible thing.
You also gave some opinions that you did not believe that Mr. O'Keefe's scratches were caused by having some impact with broken pieces of plastic or glass, correct?
Correct. They weren't caused by that.
Broken plastic or glass can cause a number of different angled wounds, can it?
It causes an array of irregular, random injuries.
It can have infinite different patterns, couldn't it?
Could.
There's nothing to hold a wound from a broken shard to be north or south or east and west. It all depends on how the force is impacted on the body, true?
I'm not quite clear on your
Okay,
question.
I'll try to do better. When you're talking about shards of broken glass or broken plastic, there is no set direction that they may cut somebody, is there?
Well, it would depend on the case and how those occurred.
It can happen in many different forms as far as depth, yes?
Well, anything's possible.
How about length?
What about length?
Wouldn't that change? Couldn't that change depending on how the injury occurred, the length of the wound?
Sure.
And in this case, you talked about your opinions of injury relative to a motor vehicle, didn't you?
That was something I considered.
It's something you considered. Did you know much about the details of the motor vehicle in this case?
Yes.
Okay. When you considered your differential diagnosis, did you consider whether there was any DNA on the vehicle?
I didn't look at any of that.
I'm sorry?
I did not look at any DNA.
Do you know if there was any hair on the vehicle?
I don't know.
Did you consider the scene itself where there may have been a debris field? Did you take a look at the debris field in this case?
I know there were photographs of various pieces of plastic around the area where the body was found.
And do you remember where those pieces were found?
Somewhat, yes.
Did you have an opportunity to consider other evidence like a shoe?
All right, let's skip ahead a little bit further because, he swings and he misses. Okay, so
Time, he could not carry out any purposeful activity.
May I approach sidebar, Your Honor?
Okay.
too far.
Keefe was first incurred his injury. You think that he was unconscious?
Yes, I think that the severity of the impact made him immediately unconscious.
So if hypothetically Mr. O'Keefe incurred his injuries sometime around 12:32, is it your opinion that he never moved again until he was moved physically by somebody else?
Well, I don't know the exact time that he got the injury on the back of the head,
Probably.
but after that
I
time,
don't have good timestamps
he
today.
could not carry out any purposeful activity.
May I approach sidebar, Your Honor?
Okay.
All right, so then they have a sidebar, and the sidebar turns into they kick the jury out so they can have proper arguments, and here we go.
Introduced through this witness.
To remind the court on direct examination.
I did not
the
edit
defense
out the
promoted
breathing.
Dr. Laposata's credentials,
I'm hearing the
including
breathing.
specifying her successes with the station nightclub fire and her running of her office. I have an audit from 2005, State Department of Rhode Island, Department of Health. In that audit, it paints a very different picture than was presented on direct examination. In that audit, they investigated the chief medical examiner, and they compiled a history of statistics for the medical examiner, which was Dr. Laposata. There were no reports, incomplete reports.
So basically, he wants to attack her on some previous things, and I don't see how they're super relevant. They're like, isn't it true you were, isn't it true you resigned over, like, this doesn't affect her actual decision. And yeah. So let's jump to this part. I think it is.
It really, I think, is beyond the scope of her testimony to begin with. I'd be gracious with it.
I think this is the right point.
So you'll stipulate to them prior to Dr. Rentschler?
I will.
So you can use them with Dr. Rentschler.
I expected that I could, because he certainly used them in his analysis and opinion. But I should be subject to the entry of evidence in the defense case in chief. I understand I can use them in Dr. Richard's testimony, but I want to use them with Dr. Laposata. She's a medical doctor.
Would you?
I might have the wrong time here.
So what do you want to ask her about them?
I'll use the x-rays that you reviewed. Yes, that's it. That's
Okay.
it.
Okay. So go ahead.
That's all I was going to ask. I won't have a problem.
Okay. Yeah, I have no problem with that in that form.
That's it. Literally, you see the x-rays that we talked about a little bit earlier. Yes. This is the right hand. Yes. That's the arm. Forearm. Yes.
All right, we're going to jump back.
Chief medical examiner for the state of Rhode Island. So it's a very different circumstance than was just suggested.
I probably
No
skipped the
bodies
tofu because
were ever
I
left unattended ever.
don't have
Certainly
good
did not
timestamps
involve
because
the other phrase that was just used is negligence and malfeasance. It was a backlog, and they had a very public political fight over it. Number two, with regard to the station nightclub fire, her staff was on location immediately. She, as the chief medical examiner, was there the same day. So that's of no legal moment. It's of no consequence. It certainly has nothing to do with her opinions and conclusions in this case.
this is going to be
The
controversial.
Tompkins case, we've already talked about that in voir dire, Your Honor. The Tompkins case dealt with an issue dealing
have
with
some
accident
controversial
reconstruction, which
takes.
she's not undertaking. I'm not asking her, and she ain't saying it.
I've excluded that part of it based partially on the Tompkins case.
Right. And I don't know anything about the Patino case. And what I would say is, given the fact, look, we don't know what the facts of that case were. We don't know what the trial was about. We don't know what the cross-examination was about. We don't know why she was called. We don't know what she looked at. We don't know why she was looking at what she did look at. We don't know why she didn't look at things that she might not have looked at. We don't know why her opinions and conclusions were ultimately rendered. We would have to have a trial within a trial, which I would be happy to undertake if someone gives me a file. Happy to do that. But I don't think we want to do that. I don't think the court wants to do that. Also, I will say, I don't think that attacking this witness's credibility is in good faith by the Commonwealth. Mr.
This is the argument. And this argument, my take on it, I've already had some people argue with me about this, and I have opinions, and you probably won't like them. So get ready.
This witness's credibility is in good faith by the Commonwealth. Mr. Brennan himself has hired Dr. Laposata personally no fewer than 4 or 5 times. Maybe it's 3 or 4 times. He knows her qualifications. He knows the quality of her work. He's actually undertaken to consult with her as a medical examiner and a consultant. So I don't believe that these last 2 issues are in good faith. I don't believe the station fire has anything to do with anything because she was late, according to Mr. Brennan, in coming to the actual location. She was there the same day. And she.
Here's the thing. What he's done on other cases should be completely irrelevant here. Whether or not he's hired her before is legally irrelevant. And this argument is one that I not only would not entertain as the judge, I would actually not just not entertain it, I would actually take some time to specifically reject this argument. Here's the thing. Every trial is different, and you should not ever be arguing the lawyer, right? You should not ever be arguing the lawyer. Let me present to you some hypotheticals. Let me present to you some examples. Friend of mine is a defense lawyer, but for like 5 years, he was a prosecutor. And as a prosecutor, he would probably be arguing that like various police officers are decent officers, that they are credible, that they are all of these things, right? And the thing is that as a defense lawyer, he should not be restricted from arguing that that officer is not credible or not, or not proper. So that is like, that is just not how this works. I see somebody saying it's hypocrisy. It's not. The accusation of hypocrisy is a textbook ad hominem argument. It's an argument to the person as opposed to the issue. So the ad hominem is, that. I see somebody saying, so your friend is not ethical. No, wrong. 100% wrong. 100% wrong. There is an ethical obligation on counsel, especially defense counsel, to argue the issue. And so notwithstanding the fact that they may have said that the officer is, is credible in the past, they have an ethical obligation to advance on the basis, on behalf of their client, an argument that the officer is not credible, or an argument that the officer is not honest, or not, whatever, if that is an argument that is tenable under the circumstances, right? You must do that. And argue whatever helps you instead of an unbiased argument. What the lawyer personally believes is completely irrelevant. It is inappropriate. And what about the actual truth? I'm just going to tell you, sometimes the job of a lawyer, especially a defense lawyer, is to get a verdict that isn't necessarily the truth. And here's the other thing. So let me give you an example. Let me give you an example of ethics. So I have a guy who is accused of breaking into a garage and stealing a motorbike. Later, he is found at a park leaning up against that stolen motorbike. And this is the rule in the States, too. So it ain't just a Canada thing. This is actually the rule in the West everywhere. So they find the accused leaning up against the stolen motorbike, right? Now, I speak to the client, and the client tells me, yes, I broke into the place, and yes, I stole the motorcycle. And, if the cops hadn't found me right there, I was absolutely going to drive that motorcycle elsewhere. Here's the problem. Just finding the guy leaning against the bike is not going to be sufficient for the government to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he stole the motorbike, that he broke into the place, that he has possession of a stolen motorbike. They're not going to be able to prove a goddamn thing. And I have an ethical responsibility as his lawyer, 100%, not to fight that case. Even though my client says I am physically guilty, if they don't have the evidence, I am ethically obligated to say they don't have the evidence. They don't get to convict him. 100%, right? 100%. That is the rule, right? That is, and in fact, it would be unethical for me to take steps to get my client convicted if, in that circumstance. No, that isn't ethics. That's legal practice. That's not what ethics are. That's legal. It's legal ethics. This is legal ethics. A lawyer could theoretically be sanctioned or disbarred for throwing their client under the bus in this circumstance. 100%. And here's the other thing, is that the fact that you found somebody credible in the past doesn't mean that you find them credible now. Let's consider an example. There is a case that where a drug lab examiner was involved in cases that got hundreds and thousands of convictions. And the prosecutors specifically, were arguing that this expert was a credible expert and so forth. And later it was discovered that this and this is a real case, that this actual lab tech, like this actual lab, expert, this actual lab expert was later discovered to have been faking the drug tests and doing a lot of the drugs. And yeah. Now let's imagine, now we're going to venture into a hypothetical scenario. Let's imagine I was a prosecutor and I had run several cases where I had used that expert to convict people. And then I quit being a prosecutor and I went on to being a defense lawyer. And now I'm in a situation where I am defense lawyer and this expert is the expert. And I want to argue that this expert is not doing the job, that this expert is corrupt, that this expert is faking lab tests, that this expert is whatever. 100% I need to be able to do that. Let's consider some further issues. One of the things we want is for experts to be sort of neutral and unbiased. And if you got this, you would see an absolute balkanization of experts, because you could not, like, ARCA does work for, for all sorts of people. They do work for insurance defense. They do work for insurance plaintiffs, right? ARCA could not exist if, if that was the case, because there's people who call, there's people who call that, and yeah, what if it's a prosecutor, not a defense attorney? Same thing. And now I think that the prosecutor should have a good faith basis. However, here is the other problem. You absolutely can't make the argument to the lawyer. And the reason why you can't make the argument to the person, why you can't make the ad hominem argument, is because it's instantly going to threaten issues of confidentiality and privilege. And here's why. The only response Brennan can have to explain, I hired this person in the past, but I think they suck now, aside from like the whole ethical obligation thing, which we've covered, is going to be confidential or privileged, right? It's going to get into, stuff that happened. And he actually makes this argument. And yes, appeal to hypocrisy is a logical fallacy. It's a variation of ad hominem. It is a variation of an ad hominem argument. It is basically saying you suck, therefore you're wrong. So, I mean, as much as it is satisfying to watch Jackson do this, as much as it is personally, like, it feels good to see Jackson twist the knife, to stick it to him, right?
Last term, as a medical examiner and a consultant, hired is in good faith by the Commonwealth. Mr. Brennan himself has hired Dr. Laposata personally, no fewer than 4 or 5 times. Maybe it's 3 or 4 times. He knows her qualifications. He knows the quality.
As much as this is satisfying, as much as it's fun to see Jackson dunk on Brennan, this argument is a bad argument. It is an argument that cannot be the law. So, I mean, I enjoyed watching this. I enjoyed, seeing this, but it absolutely isn't the correct, statement of the law. It just isn't, right? I can argue that a witness is credible in one case and not credible in another. And the thing is that sometimes people lie in one case and not in another, right? So this is the thing. As a lawyer, you are not there arguing your personal feelings. You are arguing advocacy for your client. And this is why when you see a legal filing, or like a court response to a legal filing, what the court will say, so let's say you've got Bob versus Joe, right? And Bob is represented by a lawyer, and Joe is represented by a lawyer. And what the court will say in their decision is the court will say, Bob argues that, that Joe is, an asshole or whatever, right? Bob argues that Joe has infringed his copyright or something, right? And the thing is that Bob probably didn't argue shit. Bob never walked into the courtroom. Bob never, got up and said anything. Bob might have been sitting there, sort of sitting there doing his best potato impression in court. But Bob doesn't actually make the argument. His lawyer does. But because his lawyer is there as a representative of Bob, the court says Bob argues this. For the lawyer, the thing is that if I'm in a different case, now I'm representing Frank. Frank gets to argue everything without having to deal with me as a lawyer's baggage from prior cases. So that's kind of the thing, right? And, as another example, here is, I gave this example in the Discord earlier, and, so let's consider this example. I am a civil lawyer, and I am in I know that this particular expert is like the leading expert in crayfish fishing. And he's such an expert in this that he is literally the guy who invented the concept of crayfish fishing. This is Skeeter, the expert, and he invented the first crayfish by building it out of small lobsters. He is he is the world's, I see people saying crawfish, whatever it is. He's absolutely the world's best expert in this particular area. And I know that he's the best expert in this area. And everybody knows that he's the best expert in this area. He is basically the god of crawfish fishing, right? And I can see that people are not liking this argument because, whatever. You can fish with nets. You can fish with traps, Rob. Fishing is, yes, you do. So this guy is the pinnacle of crawfish fishing, right? But we have a trial, and it's about crawfish fishing, and the other side hires Skeeter as their expert. And Skeeter is going to be devastating to my case because Skeeter has a report that basically says my client is fucked. And I don't, my client certainly doesn't want Skeeter to testify in this trial. But the other lawyer goes to qualify Skeeter as the expert. And they just, their qualification voir dire is just isn't it true everyone knows you're the best expert in this? And I go, objection, hearsay. And the judge goes, yeah, that, sustained. That's obviously hearsay. And they're like, well, I got no more questions because the other lawyer knows that that Skeeter is the best, crawfish expert. I am 100% standing up and being like, they have not qualified Skeeter. They have not qualified Skeeter, and therefore Skeeter doesn't get to testify about crawfish, even though he might be the best crawfish expert. And the other thing is, let's say Skeeter does get qualified. And he is providing evidence, and this evidence is devastating to my client. But Skeeter says something stupid. Skeeter says something, and I would absolutely have to cross-examine the, I would absolutely cross-examine Skeeter and, whatever else, and possibly argue that Skeeter's evidence should be excluded, possibly all of these things, right? This is the nature of the law. And you may go, hey, why does this exist? Why does this exist? This seems contrary to morality. The thing is that in a lot of places where the law seems contrary to morality, it's actually because the law has gone through things in detail and gone through them and determined that within the legal framework, the moral choice is not obvious. So as the example of if my client is guilty and the prosecution can't prove it, my job is to get my client to that acquittal, not to get my client to conviction, even if I know he's guilty, then and that is because when you look at it in the legal framework, that is the moral position. And why is that the moral position? Because otherwise the legal system fails. If I am an agent of the state in that capacity where I'm going to convict my client if I think they're guilty, then this person doesn't actually have a lawyer. They can't talk to me. They can't tell me what they think. They can't tell me what happened. They can't be honest with me. And I am basically another prosecutor at that point, right? This is absolutely not the way our system should work. The other thing I'm going to tell you is that I have had cases where I thought 100% that my client was guilty. 100% I thought my client was guilty. And the example I've given before, and yes, now I want a seafood boil, but I don't have one. I had a client who was accused. He was charged with abuse of his of multiple daughters, 3 daughters. And I thought he was dead to rights guilty because the 3 daughters tell very similar accounts, and his story is their mom put them up to it. And I'm like, sure she did. Or, maybe you're just a creep. But the thing is that my job as defense lawyer is to represent him as best I can. Now, here's the thing. I have these 3 daughters, and I'm cross-examining them gently. And, they called the daughters oldest, middle, youngest, in that order. I asked the oldest, like, hey, isn't it the case that your mom put you up to this? And she says, absolutely not. Okay. Ask the middle daughter, isn't it the case that mom put you up to this? Absolutely not. I asked the youngest daughter, and the youngest daughter admits that mom put her up to this. She says she misses her dad. She says that her mom told her that after court was done, she'd get to see her dad again, but that she had to tell this story in court. And so it's like, holy shit. And so the prosecutor agrees that we now have to recall the other daughters. So we call the middle daughter back to the stand. And we note, like, hey, the younger daughter has admitted that mom put you up to this and that this story never happened. And the middle daughter goes, that is correct. And so then we go to the older daughter, and the older daughter goes, yeah, that is correct. So at the end of this, we've got none of this shit happened. Now, I walked in certain that my client was guilty. I would have put money on it. I would have bet every dollar I had, if you'd asked me to bet on it, that he was guilty, right? I walked out of that trial, and so did the prosecutor, certain that he was innocent. Lawyers have to argue their position, not their beliefs. And it is essential. It's an essential part of legal ethics. So when Jackson says he's a hypocrite because he's hired this guy in the past, I love the dunk, but it's not good law. And I gotta call it, right? That's just what it is. Also, I gotta do this, and this will be a good transition to getting back to the case. So Rob, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. And yeah, it is it's a pretty, like, it's an important thing. But let's get back to the case here. And yeah. And I missed the tofu bit. All right, let's thank you for the timestamps because I don't have the timestamps. So thank you, Clumsy Fairy. So I managed to miss all of the bits that I wanted to cover. So tofu 334 30, and you even got the all right. So this was a moment that made me laugh. So yeah.
Is it that soft? Is that the texture of
Well,
it?
it depends.
Whoop, let's go back a little further.
That the orbital bones were broken and you had opined that it was caused by the brain. Do you agree that a brain is very soft, consistent with, for example, tofu?
Oh, gross. What do you-
um, she's like, oh, gross. Apologies to all the veterinarians out there.
it is soft.
Is it that soft? Is that the texture of
Well,
it?
it depends on what kind of tofu you
Okay.
have.
I mean, the thing is they actually do make tofu in different softnesses. You can buy hard tofu, you can buy soft tofu, you can buy semi-soft tofu. Which tofu? Like, I'm just like, he specifically picks a thing for like a hardness comparison that comes in different hardnesses.
Consistent with, for example, tofu. Do you agree that a brain is very soft, consistent with, for example, tofu?
Oh, gross. What do you mean? It is.
But and then this is before lunch, so I would be very, very amused if afterwards the court staff are like, "All right, jurors, we are now going to have lunch, and lunch is going to be fried tofu, like tofu stir fry." So yeah, it's. If you're wondering what a brain is like in terms of consistency, keep in mind that a brain is mostly fat. Like a brain has a lot of fat to it. So it's a little more durable than like a block of lard, but that's kind of where you're looking. So let's see. Here we go. This was another moment I wanted to cover and I missed.
Give medical certainty that opinion?
Yes, based on the severity of the injury and the brain swelling.
You're aware that there are numerous level 1 trauma centers around the country that deal with brain injury, right?
Sure.
And the idea is that people suffer all types of brain injury, and if they are given medical attention in a reasonable amount of time, there's a chance they can be saved. Yes?
Well, it's possible, but many are so severe that they cause death no matter how fast they can get medical attention.
In fact, every day when people get the right attention or proper attention, they're brought to level 1 trauma centers around this country to try to help them or save them. Isn't that fair to say?
I would hope so.
Do you think?
Sure.
When you looked at Mr. O'Keefe's brain, obviously it's after he already expired, correct?
Obviously,
And
yes.
so you didn't have any clinical observation of the progress of his injury that night, did you?
I was not observing him. I did not observe how he got his injury.
When you gave an estimate or you give an opinion about how long he was alive for, are you aware that there's certain tests that are done by neurosurgeons when people are suffering brain injuries, but there's an attempt to save them?
Sure.
Have you ever heard of a Guzman coma score?
Glasgow, you mean?
No, this is Glasgow, but you've heard of Guzman?
It's called Glasgow coma score.
Have you ever seen the assessment that
But have you heard of Ligma? Yeah. Okay. That is so the Glasgow Coma score is basically you are rating eye responses, verbal responses, and motor responses. And it is from, basically you can have situations where, you're looking at ratings. So at the lowest level, for a verbal response, it's just you talk to them and they go, that's like the lowest level of a verbal response. The highest level is you talk to them and you're like, hey, how are you doing? They're like, I'm doing great. And they're like, okay, what day is it? And they're like, well, it's, this day. Okay. Do you know your name? Yes, I do. Do you know who I am? Yeah, you're a doctor, and they're aware of all of those things. That's like so each of those things is rated. I don't know what the Guzma scale is. So yes. And I see somebody saying, Runkle, when did you broke an effing brain? I was a psych major for a while. And as a psych major for a while, it wasn't a human brain, but I did dissect a brain. And yeah, it's, brains are, yeah. So, yeah. But it is funny when he's, arguing about, Guzma, right? And she's like, no, that is not a thing. Apparently, Guzma's a Pokemon. Okay. And then let's go to this. I apparently skipped over all the good parts.
When you considered your differential diagnosis, did you consider whether there was any DNA on the vehicle?
I didn't look at any of that.
I'm sorry?
I did not look at any DNA.
Do you know if there was any hair on the vehicle?
I don't know.
Did you consider the scene itself where there may have been a debris field? Did you take a look at the debris field in this case?
I know there were photographs of various pieces of plastic around the area where the body was found.
And do you remember where those pieces were found?
Somewhat, yes.
Did you have an opportunity to consider other evidence like a shoe in the area near where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
I know one shoe was on his foot at the hospital, the other was at the scene.
Do you know if his hat stayed with him after he landed on the ground?
The hat was in the area where his body was found.
Did you take a look at his pants, the back of his pants?
I looked at that, yes.
Okay, what did you see when you saw the back of his pants?
Well, because he had bled from the back of his injury and he was on a hospital gurney, some of that blood came down, so some of the blood was on the back of his pants.
Did you see anything else other than blood on the back of his pants?
I don't remember.
I'm sorry?
I don't remember if I saw anything else.
Did you look, when you were doing your differential diagnosis, did you look at any evidence other than physical evidence? Did you look at any data evidence?
I don't know what you mean, data.
Like data you would find on a cell phone?
No.
Did you look at any of the data evidence from the defendant's Lexus?
No, other than looking at the contours of the back to see if it had impacted Mr. O'Keefe.
By the way, data is just information. So when he says, did you look at any data data evidence? She's like, everything is data evidence.
When you were doing differential diagnosis, did you look at any information that would tell you what the speed of that impact may have been or allegedly was?
Well, it didn't hit him, so it doesn't matter.
This is when Brennan gets spiked on. This is when Brennan gets absolutely spiked on.
When you were doing differential diagnosis, did you look at any information that would tell you what the speed of that impact may have been or allegedly was?
Well, it didn't hit him, so it doesn't matter.
Okay. So you didn't care to know anything about?
That's the kind of thing that the defense could not possibly elicit that from her. The defense couldn't ask, did this vehicle hit him? Like, Brennan manages to get that out, and she's like, yeah, I'm just gonna drop that bomb. All right, so we covered a bit of the voir dire where he wants to use all of this bad information to cross her, and the judge allows it. So let's see how he does.
And whenever.
Let's see how he does with these hot bits of evidence that now he's allowed to use, right? So, yeah.
Good afternoon, Dr. Laposata.
Good afternoon.
Am I on point now?
You are.
He's like, am I on point now? And she's like, yes, it is now. It's been 6 minutes. It is the afternoon. Well done.
You were asked on direct examination about your qualifications. You were a medical examiner for the state of Rhode Island. Is that fair to say?
Yes, I was the chief medical examiner.
For 20 years?
12 years.
I'm sorry, 12 years. When's the last time you worked as a medical examiner?
In 2005.
When's the last time that you conducted an autopsy?
I've done probably a handful of autopsies, private autopsies in my consulting practice.
Since 2005?
Correct.
When do you think the last time you did one is?
Maybe 4 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago.
4 or 5 years ago?
Yes.
Okay. Since you left the medical examiner's office, have you had any specialized training in brain injuries?
It's all part of keeping up with the medical literature and knowing the forensic pathology literature, reading medical literature. So it's a continuing endeavor to keep yourself educated with medical updates.
Since you left the medical examiner's office, have you had any specialized training in brain injuries?
I've not gone to a course on brain injuries.
Since you left the medical examiner's office, have you taught any students on brain injuries?
Yes.
Have you given any classes or seminars on brain injuries?
Yes, I have.
In coup counter coup, how many times have you experienced that as a medical examiner, that condition?
Well, I myself haven't experienced it, which was good. But in cases, hundreds of cases, it's a common injury.
You said you did differential diagnosis. That is to exhaust any potential bias you have, correct?
Well, a differential diagnosis is to think, how many ways can you get this finding? And it does help prevent bias.
Did you say on direct examination, part of the benefit of differential diagnosis is to make sure that you don't have a bias?
Yes, yes.
In order to eliminate bias, you're supposed to look at all reasonable alternatives, correct?
Yes, that's part of it, making a differential diagnosis.
So you don't just look at a person's body, come to a conclusion, and ignore other evidence. That would kind of defeat the purpose of differential diagnosis, wouldn't it?
Well, you always have to look at all the evidence.
And so if you didn't look at all the evidence and you disregarded some of the evidence because you had already made up your mind, that really wouldn't be the proper study of differential diagnosis, would it?
Right, I don't do that.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
I don't do that. I always look at all the evidence.
And would you look at all the evidence even if it was contrary to whatever opinion you want to give in court?
Well, the evidence allows me to come to an opinion. So it's not like I decide on some opinion I want to give and then look for the evidence. The evidence is going to tell me what happened to the body.
So you would never say, like, I don't need to look at that evidence. If it's presented to you, you'd look at it and study it and consider it in differential diagnosis?
Sure, it may or may not apply, but I look at it.
Because if you did that and said, well, I don't need to look at this, and it was relevant evidence, that would defeat the whole idea of differential diagnosis, correct?
Well, you always want to look at all the evidence that's going to help you decide what happened to the body.
If you were to ignore relevant evidence because you already made your mind up, that could create some type of bias, even if
well-
you're not recognizing it, correct?
Well, I don't make my mind up. I make it up on all the evidence I have. Then if something else other evidence comes up later, I have to reevaluate everything and consider that new evidence.
When you were talking about car collisions, I don't want to belabor the point, but you didn't major in physics, did you?
In what?
You didn't major in physics, did you?
No, I took physics, but no, didn't major in it.
And the last time you took physics was probably what, undergrad?
Correct. Thank goodness.
You have
She's like, thank goodness I do not want to take math anymore. Once again, he's like, isn't it true you are not somebody who does a completely different job than the one you do? And she's like, yes, sir, this is a Wendy's. We've been over this.
no study in biomechanical engineering.
No, I'm not a biomechanical engineer.
Understood.
Like, she is what is the relevance of establishing that she's not an expert in everything? And if she was an expert in everything, you'd be sitting here going, oh, so you're an expert in everything? That seems implausible. Like,
You never taught courses in accident reconstruction, have you?
Only in terms of looking at the injuries on the body and showing how that they could or could not have occurred from impact with a motor vehicle.
Have you taught classes in accident reconstruction?
Only as far as it would affect the findings on the body.
Do you know what I mean by when I say accident reconstruction?
Well, accident reconstruction meaning, and I'm telling you that my expertise in accident reconstruction is restricted to looking at the body and then understanding how impacts may or may not have occurred to the body. I don't take a car and look at mileage and such like that.
You don't do any studies of the actual vehicles. You're focused on the body?
I'm focused on the body, but I also look at the vehicles to look at the points of impact that might be possible.
You do not have any advanced study in biomechanics, do you?
No.
Now, you had mentioned that when you were in the medical examiner's office, you had a number of higher profile cases.
Well, every case is important because somebody's dead.
You pointed out some pretty specific ones on direct examination. Were those more important, the ones that were highlighted, or is that the same?
so this is actually a pretty good lead in for this. He's like, you covered some important cases. Those, so let's talk about those. I thought that was a pretty good lead in. That was pretty smooth.
Same as every other case?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you had mentioned the Egypt airline crash, station nightclub fire. Those were highlighted or pronounced on direct examination. Are they equally important as every other case?
Oh, absolutely. Every person is my patient.
You talked about some of your commendations. The station nightclub fire, you received quite a bit of criticism on that, didn't you?
Well, there was a flurry of negative press without any basis.
You had mentioned that a doctor, a medical examiner, should have gone out to the scene to look at the area where John O'Keefe was found to make observations. Did you suggest that in any way on direct examination?
You have to know what the scene looks like, and usually that is documented in police reports and in police photographs who document the scene.
The station nightclub fire, that had numerous victims, didn't it?
Yes, 100.
And you received criticism because you were repeating.
So the station nightclub fire is actually truly fucked up. This is a case where basically they cut corners on the station nightclub. They decided that instead of using the proper foam for for acoustic foam, which is supposed to be fire resistant, they instead used non-fire resistant, and it was flammable, like insanely flammable. And this was a concert that had they had pyrotechnics. So the pyrotechnics were there, and they were set off. They ignited the foam, and the foam started catching fire, and now the place is burning. And the problem is that once a place like that starts to burn, it is a real issue because people can't easily get out in a fire like this. And one of the things that becomes a huge issue is crowd crush. And what crowd crush is that you can be pressed to death by the movement of the crowd. And so when you've got people who are trying to flee, if there's not enough like space for them to flee, or if they are unaware of sufficient space to flee, they will you can literally get pressed or trampled or whatever else. People were not able to get out, and it was a massive, massive tragedy. This fire was actually covered in a class I took. Now, I didn't take a class on like fires and whatever. I took a class on pyrotechnics because I actually have a pyrotechnics license. I'm able to help set up pyrotechnics displays, and we covered this incident in my pyrotechnics class because this was the highest the highest fatality pyrotechnics accident. And a big problem as well was that doors were not able to be opened. And so there were issues with the foam. There were issues with doors being... there was a door that opened inward, and you cannot have inward opening doors because... if doors are opening inward, when people start panicking in a thing, they press against the door and it makes it impossible to open. So all sorts of issues there. So yeah. All right. Let's but you do you have a study? Do you have an article? No. When did this happen? I don't know. When did this happen? I want to say the 90s. I'm not certain. So, yeah. All right.
Reports and in police photographs who would document the scene.
The Station nightclub fire, that had numerous victims, didn't it?
Yes, 100.
And did you receive criticism because you were repeatedly requested by emergency responders and police officials to come to the scene? And you refused?
That's incorrect. First of all, nobody called me to come to the scene, and medical examiners are not first responders. As soon as I got a call that there was that fire in the nightclub, my investigator went right to the scene, and I was in constant communication with him throughout the early morning hours of that horrible accident. And I went into the medical examiner's office because I had to start getting ready to run our office 24 hours a day to not only take care of the poor individuals who expired in the nightclub fire, but also the regular work of the medical examiners. So there was no need for me to go to the scene because I had my investigator there, and my job would be at the office to get things all set up to handle the influx of deceased.
Did you receive criticism that over 17 hours there was an effort to have you come to the scene, but you refused?
There was,
I'm going to allow it in a different form.
that's incorrect.
Hold on,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to scare you.
Oh.
I didn't mean to scare you. That's such a sweet moment or a cute moment.
Influx of deceased.
Did you receive criticism that over 17 hours there was an effort to have you come to the scene, but you refused?
There was,
I'm going to allow it in a different form.
that's incorrect.
Hold on,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to scare you.
Oh. Okay.
Hold on for a second.
Okay.
Can I ask you differently, Mr. Brennan, please?
Did you receive criticism that officials?
I'm going to allow it based on the ending, pursuant to the ending. Let's get it.
Did you receive criticism that for over 17 hours officials were asking you to come to the scene and you refused?
It was untrue. It was printed in the newspaper. We looked up all the phone records and provided it to the newspapers and showed that nobody called me to go. I would have gone if I needed to. I had my investigator there. It was just bullshit. No, it was erroneous stuff.
Let's hear that again.
Provided it to the newspapers and showed that nobody called me to go. I would have gone if I needed to. I had my investigator there. It was just bullshit. No, it was erroneous stuff.
It was just bullshit. Erroneous. Oh, she is precious. She is awesome. I love her to bits. She's awesome. So yeah, one more.
On if I needed to. I had my investigator there. It was just bullshit. No, it was erroneous stuff.
And the thing is that Hank's attempt to attack her just completely falls flat.
Was there other criticisms in 2005 before you left the office?
No, there was a flurry of stuff in the papers. There were union issues, new director of health, new governor. So yeah, there was a little flurry of stuff, which was not substantive.
So you inevitably did resign in 2005.
Yes, because my budget was going to be cut, and I knew that if I had to get rid of a medical examiner, we couldn't do a good job for the state. And I'd done it. I'd been chief for 12 years. I'd been on call 24 hours a day for 12 years, which was an honor, really. But then if I couldn't do a good job, if we cut the budget, I had to get rid of a medical examiner. I couldn't serve the people of Rhode Island well, so I resigned.
Did you resign?
He's like, isn't it true you resigned in disgrace? And she's like, I resigned out of honor and like morality and ethics. I'm like, Hank, your attempt to attack her character actually makes her look awesome. He ends up accidentally being like, isn't it true you are the best person ever? And she's like, yes, I am. She's like, I resigned rather than let my office become shit, and have my name on it. I'm like, wow, this is a huge own goal for Hank. Huge. And the thing is, his defense was sitting there. They were fighting to keep him from asking these questions. They're like, Judge, you cannot let him ask these questions. And you know what the eventual result is? The eventual result is the defense is sitting there, and I'm sure the defense is going, we good. We good. We're okay with this result. Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, good try. She completely does an amazing job. And yeah. So let's take us towards the end here.
It's just what's important is what happened in this case.
I'm asking for your medical opinion, though, rather than.
So I want to get that bit.
Do with a living body and how long they can stay at a body temperature.
Do you disagree that somebody could be alive, lose body temperature, out in the cold, freezing temperature below 32? They could lose body temperature at a certain rate, then die, and then continue to lose body temperature. Is that possible?
Anything's possible. It's just what's important is what happened in this case.
I'm asking for your medical opinion, though, rather than to be an advocate. As far as your medical opinion.
I mean, that is massively objectionable because, yeah. I wonder about this. I wonder if the defense was baiting. I don't think the defense was baiting him into it. I really don't. I don't think that the defense was luring him into a sucker trap. I think that the defense thought that this might. I think the defense thought that it was going to be damaging, and that ultimately it wasn't damaging, and the defense was just like, oh, we're good. Where's Rob's tie? I actually need to find it. So I wore Rob's tie, and then I took Rob's tie off, and I set it aside, and I need to track it down. So I don't think I've lost Rob's tie, but I got to look for it. So yeah.
Sustained, and I'll strike that.
As far as
Dr.
your,
Laposata,
Yes.
would you listen to the question, please?
Of course. Thank you, Your Honor.
as far as your medical experience, could somebody be alive outside in the cold below 32 degrees, not moving, covered by snow, still alive, and lose body temperature?
Sure.
And then could they, after an hour, 2 hours, could they then die and continue to lose more body temperature?
Sure.
You mentioned your opinion about injury on Mr. O'Keefe. And at one point you said that his injury was inconsistent with a taillight. And you said because there was no damage from the bumper. Do you remember saying that?
I don't think I said it quite that way.
Okay. Do you remember how you said it?
No.
Do you remember discussing or raising the issue of a bumper as part of your equation, that the injury to Mr. O'Keefe was inconsistent with the injuries?
He has no injuries on him that are consistent with being hit by the back of the SUV. That includes the spoiler, that includes the bumper.
If we could play video E, please. I want to ask you, Dr. Laposata, have you seen this video before?
No.
Thank you. You can take that down. Did you see anything in that video that would suggest any contact between that mannequin and the vehicle's bumper?
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this for just a minute, please.
All right. So they go to sidebar, and then they bring her back.
Investigation, autopsy, medical records, police and witness investigation and witness statements. So I felt I had a pretty complete database. I didn't get the x-rays until a couple weeks ago, so that was delayed.
That was newer.
Yes.
You said a medical examiner has to make a determination in 90 days. Is that the rule?
When you work in a medical examiner's office, when you get a deceased in, our national standards want us to have the autopsy report completed and all the associated tests done within 90 days.
Can investigations occur in the additional accumulation of evidence happen after that 90 days?
Oh, sure.
Thank you, Dr. Laposata.
Yes.
Dr.
Okay,
Laposata,
hold on. Jurors, when I strike something, that means disregard it. And what I've struck through this witness, the video that you just saw and some of the testimony means that if it's in evidence, it's in evidence, but it is not part of your consideration with this witness. Okay. All right, go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
may I proceed? Thank you. Dr. Laposata, you were just asked a series of questions about a body cooling, correct?
Yes.
Does a body, as it's cooling, does it know if it's indoors or outdoors?
No.
If there's a very cold environment,
How would the body know?
be it indoor or outdoor environment, would it still cool?
Oh, absolutely.
And it would cool would it cool at the rates that you earlier described?
Yes,
Even if that indoors was cold?
absolutely.
Your Honor, maybe approach along with the Commonwealth very briefly.
All right. So more sidebar, and here we go.
You reviewed the x-rays, correct?
Absolutely.
I'm going to relegate my question to just the right arm of John O'Keefe.
Yes.
Did you find any deformities, defects, breaks, fractures, or hairline fractures of that kind on any of the x-rays that you reviewed?
None.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, I have a question for you. When you printed these, did you print them from a flash drive?
May I have a look?
Sure.
I have some assistance with this.
Do you have them up on the,
We do have electronic versions of this.
why don't we do that instead of the big, the large?
As long as I can mark the large ones, I want those marked in evidence for reasons to be discussed in sidebar.
So those will be, and if you're objecting to this, is fine. Okay, well, even if the Commonwealth objected, I'll allow those in, but I prefer to give the jury a flash drive with these on them instead of these big. So we will mark the flash drive, and you can just go ahead, put in evidence. We'll mark.
All right, so now we're going to move on a little bit further to past that. Just the end of this.
Mayor, Coach,
Yes.
Dr. Hughes,
Sure.
do you recognize this document?
Yes, this is a X-ray of the body of Mr. O'Keefe from the medical examiner's office. The R indicates the right side, and we see here the two bones of the arm. There's no injury to them. We see the pelvis bone. There's no injury to that bone. They're perfectly normal, and there's no abnormal soft tissue swelling. It's a normal right arm.
I mean, it's marked as next to it.
That may obviate the need to put it up, right?
You could.
So the X-ray is now in evidence, and so if they bring back their medical experts to be like, "Hey, we're going to rebut this," well, that X-ray is in evidence. Also, there's a whole lot of anti-Karen Reed types who are absolutely having to eat some crap today because they've been going on about how there's no X-rays, there's no X-rays, there's no X-rays, and there's the X-rays. So, yeah, come on back, Welcher, if you ever want to try again, because told you once. Props to anybody who knows what I was badly referencing there. All right. Now there is no recross, and so we go on to this guy. His hair isn't as good as last time.
ARCA, what is ARCA?
ARCA is an engineering consulting firm. So we do litigation type work, both civil and criminal, where we look at, for instance, I do biomechanics. So I look at injury causation in different types of events, motor vehicle accidents, pedestrian, automobile incidents, sports related injuries, industrial accidents. We also do accident reconstruction, as well as all types of really forensic type engineering. And we also do R&D, research and development, for private and governmental entities.
What's your current title?
I'm a vice president and director of biomechanics for the Midwest Division.
The director position that you hold, that's the official position at ARCA?
That's correct, yes, sir.
How are you ARCA's senior biomechanist?
I'm one of them, yes.
And how long have you held the position of director of biomechanics and human factors?
It's been at least 5 years. I don't recall exactly how long.
What exactly is it biomechanist or biomechanist?
Biomechanist, yeah.
All right, I'll get it right by the time we're finished. What is a biomechanist? What do you do?
So a biomechanist really looks at the human body, and we look at the response of the human body to forces and accelerations. We apply traditional engineering, but to the human body. So a mechanical engineer, for instance, might look at a piece of steel, and you know the dimensions and size of the steel. If you apply a force in a certain direction with a certain magnitude, that steel will bend and eventually it'll break. Well, as a biomechanist or biomechanical engineer, I do the same thing, but I look at the human body. How much force has to be applied in what direction to get a specific type of injury? Whether it's a fracture of your humerus, a concussion, an vertebral disc injury, any type of injury has what we call an injury mechanism. So we look at the response of how the body reacts to forces in different environments. Ultimately,
you're
our
not
hope is to
wrong.
actually help prevent and mitigate accidents. Motor vehicle incidents, we look at the design of airbags and seatbelts, sporting equipment, how can we reduce concussions and injuries associated with that? So ultimately, we try to figure out how to make the environment and the world safer for people in whatever type of interaction you might have.
Is that sometimes called injury causation analysis?
It is. That's one aspect of it. Injury causation analysis is looking at how an injury occurs. So if someone sustains an injury, as a biomechanist, I can look at the events surrounding that incident and determine how the injury occurred. Now, how someone was positioned, how much force had to have been applied to certain parts of their body to actually produce a given injury.
So to simplify this, hey, Gray Space, what is it? Biomechanist sounds like an awesome TTRPG class. I would totally play that TTRPG. That's tabletop role-playing game, but so basically just imagine you made a person out of like, out of stuff. Like you just went to like the the butcher's trash bin and you assembled a person out of it. You could do engineering with that, right? How much force does it take to break a bone? How much how much elasticity does this tendon have? How much? And so this guy, ends up being, that's what they do. So, there we go. Megan, you got it. Is he looking for a soul to steal? Yes. So that's what they do. Now, I'm sure that a ton of his business is going to be personal injury cases, either like car accidents or guy gets injured on the workplace, guy gets injured in some accident somewhere, like guy has a slip and fall injury, something like that. And, so they want to know, like, hey, this guy's injury, could it possibly have occurred, in the manner that he said it did, right? So that's where this guy comes in, right? Now, we had if I recall correctly, we had a biomechanist who did some assessment in the Gwyneth Paltrow case, right? The Gwyneth Paltrow case, there was questions of whether or not the particularly injured guy, I forget the name of the complainant in that case, the plaintiff, was he, how, did he suffer the injuries he was thinking, right? Did that happen in a skiing accident or did that happen somewhere else? So, yeah. Oh, Terry, yes. All right.
Why is injury causation analysis important in the broader field of biomechanics? Why do you want to know the causation of certain injuries?
Well, like I just said, our main goal and interest is to really mitigate and prevent injuries from occurring. So in order to do that, you have to know how they occur. You have to know, for instance, hockey, we do a lot of work with the NHL, how certain injuries occur, cervical injuries, concussions, shoulder injuries. So if your intent is to prevent injuries in certain settings and situations, you have to study how the body reacts, how those injuries are created, and then you can determine or attempt to determine how to prevent them from occurring in different events and situations.
What sort of contracts or commissions does ARCA routinely engage in?
We have a number of different contracts.
I'm considering it, although I don't know what sort of. I'm not sure. I mean, I guess that there might be animals that are like rubbing up against the thing or something like that. I don't know. I don't know about the electric fence. I'll have to think about it. And to protect me while I'm inside, shotgun.
We've worked in the past.
And yeah, this is the other thing about biomechanists and so forth, is that you have issues of, things like, let's say people, like, how do people get injured? What causes injuries? Like, how can we prevent this? How can we all of that? And Amy says rats are the most destructive and that won't keep them out. Good news. I'm in Alberta. Alberta supposedly has no rats. So, yeah. Runkle, you could shoot spiders. What in the Australian fuckery is that? I'm not shooting any spiders. That's got to be an Aussie comment, because we don't get spiders big enough to shoot here. And thank you so much, Snoopykins, for the 20 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. So let's roll on here. So yeah.
With the United States military, I helped design what we call the energy absorbing seat for the MRAP vehicles.
Hold on one second, Dr. Okay.
For the
No
MRAP,
rats
which
in
are the
Alberta,
mine-resistant
officially.
ambush-protected armor-plated vehicles that they had over in Iraq and Afghanistan. And the issue there is that when they go over an IED, an improvised explosive device, it would blow the vehicle up off the ground. So we were seeing very severe accelerations and forces going through the vehicle, through the seat, into the soldiers' spines. And we're seeing severe spinal and head injuries as a result of that. So we worked with the military to design what we call an energy-absorbing seat design. As the vehicle gets blasted up off the ground, the seat's designed to absorb that energy and that force from the blast and the movement of the vehicle and help protect the soldier's spine. We also, as I said, do a lot of work with the NHL. We work with the Department of Player Safety there, the National Hockey League. We look at the equipment, we look at helmets, trying to help prevent concussions, skate guards, how to prevent cuts and injuries due to the skates. One of the big things we did was actually redesign part of the rink. It used to be at the player area. At the end of the player area was a 90-degree stanchion of plexiglass. And what was happening was players were getting checked into the boards at the player area and then slamming up against the glass. And they were sustaining head and cervical injuries. I've mentioned before, it was actually the Boston and Montreal that caused the NHL to take a look at it, the hit of Chara on Pacioretty. He sustained a concussion and a cervical fracture. So they gave us part of the rink to the Winter Classic, the outdoor contest, and we used crash test dummies, hybrid 3 50th percentile male dummies, and threw them into different configurations of glass. And ultimately, the new design that we developed is a curved piece of spring-loaded Lexan or plexiglass. So now when the players get checked into the boards, it absorbs that impact and they glance off of it. And it's helped prevent and pretty much mitigate any type of head or neck injuries as a result of player interaction at that part of the rink.
He's like, so what I do for a living mostly is I spend my time saving the lives of, NHL celebrities and military heroes. All right, so they're kind of setting that up as a good thing, right? Like you're already kind of feeling like you like this guy. So let's jump ahead a little bit. There's not much of him today. We're going to get to him in good order later. So, yeah.
Associated with a certain event. So how did the person move? How was their body moved? Did they interact with anything? And how did that result in loading or force being applied to the body? Those are basic steps of a biomechanical injury causation analysis.
How did you go about undertaking those steps in this particular case?
So in this particular case, we looked at how those injuries are actually produced or created. So occipital skull fracture, you need a sufficient force. You need a force of around maybe 1,400 or 1,600 pounds applied at the back of the skull to actually cause a fracture like that. The abrasions, superficial abrasions, and an abrasion is basically rubbing or scraping or friction that kind of scrapes away the top part of your skin, the epidermis. You have the epidermis, the dermis, and then the hypodermis. An abrasion is just gets into the top epidermis and doesn't get any farther. A laceration is an actual tearing or ripping of the skin, usually down past the epidermis into the dermis. And so that takes either a blunt object or a sharp edge, depending on whether it's an incision or laceration, to actually produce that type of an injury.
Did you look at patterns of injuries on Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Did you also, the other side of that handshake, did you also look at damage to the vehicle, physical damage to the Lexus?
We did, yes. Our goal or what we were tasked with was to determine whether the injuries are consistent with the damage to the car. So clearly, you look at how these injuries are created, what injury mechanism you need to produce them, and then you look at the damage to the car. Can you line up contact between where those injuries occurred and how they occurred with damage to the vehicle?
What kind of materials did you review, in addition to, I'm guessing, photographs?
Photographs, yes, autopsy photographs, as well as photographs of the vehicle and the damage to the Lexus.
What about medical records, hospital records, things of that nature?
Absolutely. That's the first step, looking at the injuries, define what the injuries are, what are the diagnosed injuries, as well as it's important to determine what injuries don't exist, because that's also helpful in determining whether certain impacts may or may not have actually occurred.
Did you
see? This is your mistake, Jillian. I don't want to be Rentschler when I grow up. I just don't want to grow up. See, I'm 34 and have a professional degree, and I'm bad at science and math, but still, I just don't want to grow up. So, yeah.
Receive a full file from the medical examiner's office in this case?
I did, yes, sir.
Did you also receive police reports, follow-up reports, witness statements, things of that nature in this case?
We did, yes.
Did you receive any data concerning the vehicle itself? contained either in police reports or follow-up reports or expert reports?
We did, yes.
Mr. Jackson, I'm just going to ask you to slow down
I'm
the
sorry.
cadence of your voice a little bit.
It's late in the day and I'm doing it again, aren't I? I'll slow down. I forgot where I left off, but let me ask you sort of openly, was there anything else that you considered
I am not.
and
I'm just,
analyzed in at least building a database from which you would build an analysis?
Well, yeah, I mean, we review all the materials that are provided to look at all the injuries, to look at all aspects of the vehicle, damage to the vehicle, information about what the vehicle may have been doing. Any other evidence that may help contribute to looking at what either caused the injuries or what may or may not have caused the
My
damage.
Toys R Us is SHOT
When you and
Show.
your teammates undertook this analysis, did you even know who we were?
Initially, we did not. No, initially, I personally didn't know anything about the case. And we were asked not to do any research or to look up anything about it. We were given certain parameters, certain information, and that was it.
Did you follow those instructions?
I did, yes.
The undertaking, the analysis that you did, was it in keeping with the accepted methodology or methodologies in your field of engineering?
It was, yes.
Did you ultimately reach some opinions and conclusions based on that initial investigation or analysis?
I did, and we did it at ARCA, yes. Myself, Dr. Wolf, and Mr. Klein did.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions with regard to the force required to produce the occipital skull fracture that you noted with Mr. O'Keefe, his head being struck by the rear tail lamp of the subject Lexus?
I did, yes.
Tell me what those opinions and conclusions were.
Well, again, we determined by looking at research and tolerance values that would take about 1,400 to 1,600 pounds of force to cause an occipital skull fracture. Now, we were tasked with looking at, again, could that result from impact with the car? So one of the things we did is we took a head form, the head from a dummy basically that's instrumented with accelerometers, and we dropped it onto a taillight cover to attain a speed of 15 miles an hour. And so that would be comparable to the vehicle striking the head at 15 miles an hour. And I concluded a few things from that. A, that the force wasn't sufficient, or the acceleration wasn't sufficient to produce enough force to cause a skull fracture at 15 miles an hour. And also, when you look at the position and configuration of the occupant, it really wasn't possible to get a skull fracture by hitting the taillight and not sustain any other significant fractures. For instance, where the taillight's positioned to have an impact to the back of the head, you really couldn't have someone positioned in such a manner to strike just the head and not have subsequent concomitant injury to the neck or any other part of the body. So
He's like, it is impossible to just get head injuries through a fall as they're, as they're contending, because you'd get neck injuries, you'd get all of these other injuries, you would get all of these other, yeah.
my findings with respect to the skull or the occipital skull fractures was that it likely did not occur as a result of contact, specifically with the taillight cover on the rear passenger side of the Lexus.
So as to the question of whether Mr. O'Keefe suffered the occipital skull fracture as a result of being hit by the tail lamp at 15 miles an hour, were you able to scientifically rule that out?
I was, yes, sir.
Was that to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
It was, yes.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions regarding the abrasions on the right arm that you noted earlier on Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Yes, I believe my conclusions with respect to the abrasions are that it was inconsistent with contact to the tail light, and that not only that those injuries are inconsistent, but you would expect additional injuries, likely fractures to the hand and or the forearm, depending on the actual speed of the vehicle.
Other than the expectation that you would see fractures or other damage to the arm, what was the basis for your opinion that the linear abrasions would not result from impact with a non-damaged taillight traveling in reverse?
What you have to look at the kinematics associated with that, and that in order to get just superficial abrasions, that doesn't take a significant amount of force, but essentially that to have an arm contact the rear of the car, and we weren't really given any theory of how the arm contacted the car. So initially, we weren't privy to any theories or allegations of how this may occur. So just generally speaking, looking at the arm, how it would contact the car, and subsequent movement and interaction with the light cover, my opinion was that the injuries would be inconsistent, or the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe sustained on his right arm and didn't sustain would be inconsistent with actual interaction with the taillight.
Doctor, were your opinions and conclusions, along with those of your colleagues, reduced to a report?
They were, yes, sir.
Was that report, to your knowledge, ultimately turned over to both the defense and the Commonwealth in this case?
To my knowledge, it was, yes, sir.
I'm going want to change gears for a second and bring us forward to the spring of 2024, after February of 2024, moving into the start of 2025. Did the defense at some point reach out to ARCA and contact you and Dr. Wolf?
They did, yes.
That was back in 2024 after the spring, correct?
That's correct, yes.
At some point, did the defense engage you specifically to testify
Yes.
this year?
This year?
This year, meaning
Yes.
this trial.
For this trial, yes.
Okay.
Yes, correct.
Were you asked to conduct further testing in furtherance of your potential testimony in this trial?
We were, yes, sir.
So I'm going to tell you right now, we'll just cut it off here because basically as far as they get is, did you do some testing in this trial? And then they're like, yep, we're out of time. So he's going to get to what he actually finds tomorrow. And so we'll be covering what he finds in detail with the trial coverage tomorrow. So I am super psyched to see what this. I'm super psyched to see how he does, but I'm also super psyched to see what happens on cross-examination because Brennan has not been having a good time with his crosses, and I don't know. I don't think it's going to go well for him, but I guess we'll find out. I'm interested to see it, right? I'm interested to see it. You missed Bev in the blank pages chaos. I can't cover everything. We've been at this for 4.5 hours, which, you know, it's a recap and we're at 4.5 hours. So, yeah. I mean, this really sums up today. He ate shit today. Brennan got smashed today. Yeah, Hank wanted all of his information. The thing is that information is probably going to still come out. It's just that they're like, you can't put this on the slide. He's got to say it. Okay, so he's going to say it. And sidebar and chill, I totally agree. I think it's a bad call to bring him back. He's going to struggle to attack ARCA with the new testing. And you'll have to see Welcher get confronted with the x-rays. Yep. If they're bringing Welcher back, it's going to be a rough time. I just, I don't know. It'll be rough. Be like, so you said there were no x-rays. What the fuck are these? It's, no, I agree with you. Genuinely think it's a dumb strategy move to call Welcher again in rebuttal. I think Welcher at this point is, he's substantially discredited. So, I mean, he's going to come back and he's going to say, I've got all this new stuff. And it'll be like, well, why didn't you do this before? And he's like, I don't know. I didn't figure it out until then. And it's like, so do you not own a crash test dummy? He's like, we don't know the case well enough to do a crash test dummy. It's like, oh, if you don't know the case well enough to do a crash test dummy, how can you possibly convict in this case? Because if the Commonwealth's expert doesn't know what happened well enough to do a crash test dummy, okay. And it'll be like, I didn't look at the x-rays because they don't exist. And it's like, well, isn't this an x-ray? So, all right. If I'm Welcher right now, I'm probably like, hey, you know what? I'm unavailable to testify again because I am in Vegas auditioning for the Blue Man Group, and I'm not available anymore. So, yep, it's going to be a whole thing. So we'll see what they do there. So, all right, let's go through some super chats here because he's eating like a doctor on that 400,000. He's probably eating a doctor on that 400,000. Dr. Welcher, why do you suck? Objection. Question too vague. It's Dr. Welcher. Do you suck? It's like objection. Clearly already in evidence. So, hey, I didn't say he'd get into the Blue Man Group. I said he could audition for the Blue Man Group. So, yeah. All right. We are way behind on super chats, so we're going to cover those. Aurora Demesa says, for your lawyers, I will need it. Rainman YKF, yay for toilet humor. I think the toilet is fun. Brisby, new goal, Runkle orders some actual dinner. If Mrs. Runkle hasn't eaten it, I have I got a whole steak sitting in the fridge, like a Swahili style steak. So, yeah. If I'm Alessi, I'm basically doing no cross if Welcher on rebuttal, except for confronting him with the x-rays and then sitting down. It really depends on what he does, right? Because if he comes in and is like, here's this new testing, you might be like, so you never thought about this beforehand, right? Runkle, is there any chance Brennan folds on calling Welcher in rebuttal? Why did he already fold on calling Crosby already? I'm pretty sure he folded on calling Crosby because Crosby was going to get slaughtered. Like, seriously, Crosby is up against Laposata and Russell. And, like, when the jury's doing the battle of the experts, between Dr. Russell and Dr. Laposata, it's going to be like, so, who the fuck is this guy? Like, were all the actual experts sold out and this was like the last thing left on the clearance shelves? Or, like, what's the, you ever have the day when, like, your local grocery store doesn't get a shipment, and so, like, there's just, like, a couple of apples, and they're, like, the apples that are all, like, soft and, sort of... That's kind of, I think that's what Dr. Crosby would look like there. So it's just not going to be a good plan. So, yeah. And I see Victorine says, juries scare me. Younger jury this time around. I actually think a younger jury is a good thing. I think a younger jury is a good thing for the defense. I think that a younger jury is probably going to be more inclined to be skeptical of the police, to be skeptical of the investigation. I find that in general, and this is a generality, so chat, please don't jump on me. In general, the older generations tend to have the sort of philosophy of the police are there to protect you, that, the police are always sort of right, and that, if you didn't do it, why are the police, hassling you? I tend to feel that is, that's more sort of the case. So, I mean, I don't know, right? You never know for certain. And, yeah, but I feel like, young jury distrusts cops and government more, generally speaking, much more questioning of authority. I feel like the younger generation are like, possibly the, I mean, they're much more like inclined to say things along the lines of, fuck the police. And, yeah, that's just my feeling on it. That's how I'd sort of bank on it. I think the younger jury is good for Karen Reed. And honestly, I don't know the racial makeup of the jury, but if I was Karen Reed, I might want a jury that had, a lot, as many sort of racialized people as I could. People who've had the experience of the, of cops grilling them for no good reason, right? People who, yeah. Just kind of my feeling. So, yeah. All right. Let's sort of, I said I'd catch up on super chats, and I think I actually have more now that I've gotten through. Mispronounced name, testified in my ex's trial finally. How normal is it for a witness to be on the stand for 6 hours and hear the word objection 0 times? Judge only. Fairly normal. I have had trials where I've not objected at all. I've had trials where I've objected like every second sentence. It really depends on things. I would not draw any conclusions from that. So, yeah. Just wouldn't do that. Laura Christine, Pizza Bone Fund. I will probably not get pizza bones this time. Odin's Martyr, real outhouse, or porta potty. It's a real outhouse. It's it's a real outhouse with a tank, so it doesn't have. Let me see if I can pull up. This is off the page I got it from. Let me just see. Can I open this image? Okay, I can. Let me show you what the outhouse. This is not my outhouse. This is an outhouse, but I will show you what it looks like on the inside, because then you could be like, oh, that's what this looks like. So it is that. So it's got a seat. It's a plastic seat. But it's got a tank, right? It's got a little tank on it. So that little round hole, by the by, is that I could theoretically install a urinal. I might actually do that, but I got to decide. Yeah, it's just a pretty basic toilet, right? So I'm probably going to put some insulation on that. I'm probably going to, insulate it, and I'm going to, whatever else. Interesting. Is there a way to wash hands afterwards? Not really. You go in, and I'll probably put in like a thing of like hand sanitizer or whatever else. So, yeah. No TP, just leaves. I'm going to install a TP holder. Sink. It's an outhouse. There is not a sink. I'll probably add something like a hand sanitizer station there, and yeah. But it's an outhouse, guys. It's not a fancy bathroom. It is just a it's a place to get business done. That's it. And you can see that it's got this thing on the side here is a little vent stack, right? So it does have venting so that hopefully it doesn't smell. How do you empty it, though? You call a truck to come in and put a hose in it and suck the stuff out. So that's how you empty it. That's you hire people to do that. I'm certainly not going to do it myself. So is it? Lol, it probably insulate. You're in Canada, and I know, but it's plastic, so nothing's going to freeze on to the bits, because if it was metal, that would be a problem. But I mean, the outhouse is going to be cold, so you just get used to it. So yeah. It just is what it is. Mardo, thank you so much. Much appreciated. Mostly harmless fuzzball. Order the pizza while the good places are still open. I am going to hopefully have steak. Baby Gator is currently pursuing stuff. I love medical testimonies, so today was amazing. Crash Daddy 2, and I think Dr. Lapasta is my spirit animal. I don't know why people are going with Lapasta, but all right, if that's where people want to go. I had to think about I'm going to start another goal, and then I never started another goal. So, yeah. Add a wood stove. I might actually end up adding a wood stove. So I might add a wood stove, and if I do, I'll probably add. I might add like a little water tank in there. And if I add a little water tank, then if I had a water tank, then the wood stove could eat the water tank, and the water tank could eat the things. So I don't know. Italophobia or Talophobia, I don't know. Is she Italian? Yeah. Her refusing to admonish Brennan and actually advance his argument was insane during Jackson's arguments. She should have been reading Brennan the Riot Act for breach of rules and never do it again. Yep. Brentwood Chic, I'm sure I'll finish watching on Replay Crew as always, but stream liked. Thank you so much. Kat says, Runkle, does the fifth wheel have a kitchen or a shower? It actually has both. It actually has both. And what is it? We use the kitchen. I don't know if we'll end up using the shower. So yeah, we'll just we'll have to figure that out. So Mardo, can you explain why Alan Jackson says no to burden shift jury instructions to get the animal bite line? I actually think that jury instruction would do more harm than good by spotlighting exactly what they don't want them to do, right? So yeah. Fancy RPG, my dad's firearms are near Vancouver. I'll send pics. Okay. Pics would be much appreciated. Ann Oporowski, thanks for entertaining me while my house is full of smoke from the Burbank, California brush fire in the hills I live in. Thankfully, forward progress stopped. Thanks for the diversion. The land, the air is pretty smoky, but it doesn't actually mean that it's not super close to my land. So yeah, Honk Banana, no for the goals. Also motion to name the outhouse Dumple of the Bailey. I suspect that Mrs. Runkle would be upset if I did that, but I might do it anyway. Catherine EDD, my Scottish Fold Lily Grace says hi to the pups. Hello. David Craig, did Bob get rehomed? Rainman YKF, another vote for Dumple of the Bailey. Get this, my Android Auto completed all after Dumple. It's foreordained. Fair. I too want to say Dumple. So I've got a Cricut. I might have to make some templates for Dumple of the Bailey just to put up a sign there. Bitey, bite my bits. Nice. Higgins was a tactical medic. Google tactical medic stretcher. That's what was in the duffel bag. Interesting. I'll have to look that up. Interesting picture there. So, yeah. Scales of Injustice. English major here. Interesting fact. The lack of R pronunciation following vowels in mass, known as non-rhotic, followed European colonizers to New England, and is why the sound still closely resembles British English. Interesting. Interesting. Kathy Perizzo, I wonder what the jury will think when the trial's over and they see the defense wasn't allowed to ask the expert about dog bites. I wonder if the jury's going to watch the trial. Like, are they going to watch this coverage or, yeah. Tonks told my wife she installed septics about the tank this morning. She's curious. I said, y'all can chat in July, but I bet she'd love an early update. I mean, it's just, it's not a septic. It's just basically a bin for poops. It's literally just like it's just a place to store your poops. Marmar, defense are teen girls because they can't even. Casey Cat, If I'm the jury, I'm wondering where Proctor Higgins, the cop homeowner, and this dog animal they keep talking about are. Is it just me? Yep, that is a question. Sandy, I owe you this. Thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Kimberly Smith, BC's or Bev Canone's acceptance of Hank Brennan's "Oops, my bad" is awful. I agree. Sarah Serenadia, motion for business or pigeon business. Words. It's late, but we're gonna do it. Rainman YKF, gotta say, if she doesn't know how obviously corrupt this looks, she's got to be significantly cognitively defective. Yeah. Bite my bits. Get a urine diverter. No electric, no water needed. I mean, the urine goes in the bin too, so yeah. Kimchi, motion to name the toilet pit the Hank Tank. I don't know if Mrs. Runkle will let me name the toilet. I might do it anyway, but yes. Chelsea Rama, I feel like Bev interrupts the defense during motion arguments to intentionally mess up their flow, especially Alessi. Rarely interrupts the Commonwealth. I feel like she's just leaning really hard on things. Nikki Lewis, can defense motion for transparent bingo be processed for alternate jurors this time? Last time was 100% sketchy. They can try. They can try. Mo, thank you for the new membership. Much appreciated. What is it? Tammy Lynn, your brain operates your whole body. It does. Victorine, thank you for the new membership. Brandon Lesko, hi, my name is Beverage Lee, and I'm an alcoholic. Love it. Dwani Hopwood, cheers. Cheers. Dr. Vez from Quebec, I'll go to sleep soon. Here's my modest contribution for the day and for the lucky. Thank you so much. I still need to get you an email. KPT, sad I support you drinking a lucky. Maybe next time a DOS XX or a Shiner Bock. Chat, do I have to buy better beer? Is the chat going to get annoyed at me for drinking crap beer? Let me know, chat. Do I have to buy better beer? Because Lucky is fairly cheap. It's and it's okay. It's okay. At least a PBR, lol. I like the Lucky better than the PBR. So, Devious. I had pulmonary hypertension. I sounded like this witness. It's so hard to breathe. It feels like you're drowning in lungs full of water. Sorry for her. I really hope she's doing okay. Anna Porowski, thankfully the Burbank, California fires forward progress has been halted. The air is better and the water dropping helicopters are flying over my house. Thank God. I'm really glad to hear that. Somebody said sour beer. I'm not a huge fan of most sours, but yeah. With differential diagnosis, it is mutually exclusive. You can get a differential to two things. Here's the other thing. There's actually a distillery near me that I want to go check out. The thing is that the distillery is on the way to the range. And here in Canada, you need to have what's called an authorization of transport to go to the range with a restricted firearm, handguns. And I almost always bring some handguns when I go to the range. And so I can't stop at this distillery because the requirements of that are like you have to go directly to and from. And I'm like, but I want to stop at the distillery. I've driven past this distillery 30 times, and I have yet to stop there. So, yeah. Mo, just for your information, Boston News 10 has closed caption. Okay. Maybe I should have switched. Denise, can you please make sense of them being able to charge Karen Reid if the FBI was investigating the investigation? It just doesn't make sense to me. The FBI doesn't have the power to stop the charges. If I was them, I would have stopped the proceedings until the FBI was done the investigation, but they didn't. So, yeah. Michigan Farm Boy, Dr. Laposata is good enough at math to be a lawyer. That's an insult. That's backhanded as hell. Bambarina, just realized Dr. L reminds me of June Lockhart. June Lockhart. I'm blanking on the name. So, Jen DeSimio, thank you so much. Michigan Farm Boy, how close would you work to follow up with officers that refer to you as a whack job? 0%. So, yeah. Helen Nichols, goal. Thank you. Michelle M, because goal. Also because you aren't a POS like Brennan. Haha. I mean, everybody hates defense lawyers. So, yeah. KRH, thank you for doing these recaps. Happy Tuesday. Although, today I actually heard something funny. I was speaking to a lawyer friend of mine. And he said that I was his mom's favorite defense lawyer, which is funny because he's a defense lawyer. And the thing is that it's funny that this happened, but it's also the second time it's happened. It's the second defense lawyer who's told me that their mom likes me better than them. So, yeah. Geraldine Friedrich, where did the x-rays come from? They just took the x-rays. That was part of the, the process. K-Rab, in Commonwealth's expert's original testimony, said, I was not provided x-rays. Brennan playing games again. Yep. Michigan Farm Boy, were the x-rays in Proctor's special case file? I mean, my suspicion is that they just didn't give the x-rays to the expert because they were like, well, that might interfere with your assessment. Jen DeSimio, love watching your recaps. Thank you so much. And I love having you guys here. I really do. It's this would be a lot harder to do if you guys weren't here. So, Crash Daddy's left dimple. 6 minutes until you reach your goal. That is a K-Rab, she's been called by Brennan as his expert before, so that's possible that he's why he's thrown off. Maybe. Greg Runkle, I think she was kidding with Brennan because then it sounded like she giggled and then said good afternoon. It threw Brennan off regardless. 100%. Brisby, I don't know about thrust. I believe Brennan. Michigan Farm Boy. Hank may have still been trying to decide how much to back off his usual a-hole shtick since he knew her previously. This may have been the trigger to start a thrust. Fair. Kate, maybe normal for judge to censor picks. It's a murder trial. Not normal to censor them going to the jury, but very, very common to censor them going to the screen and so forth. So, yeah. Sylvia's daughter, invite Rob in. Rob has a standing invite. Shark, Dr. L wins games of chicken with freight trains. I feel like she could just stare at them. And, yeah. Was it JRR? Was John O'Keefe found lying on his back or stomach? They said that he was... Oh, shit. Now I'm trying to remember now. Chat, help me out. I know they said that they rolled him over. I guess that they would have said that he was face down. They rolled him over onto his back to do chest compressions. So, Mary Smith, oh no, drive-by lobotomy. Yep. Blessed in Texas. I'm behind in stream, yet you must tell you how much I enjoy the pink roses swoop screen. Also, Dr. Lapolata knows how to throw Hank Brennan off his game. Yep. So, I see on his back, stomach. They've said both. Back, his face was covered with snow. So, Mary Matilda May, treat fund for the Sweet Puppers. Thank you for spending so much time with us recapping. I will. I'll hug the puppers. I will give them some treats. I bet they will be thrilled. Baby Gator is currently pursuing stuff. Did you ever treat anyone that was mostly dead? Brennan, probably. Let me put it this way: if you're mostly dead and you go for an autopsy, you're going to be fully dead by the end of it because, like, they weigh your brain. So, Laura V, I appreciate your recaps. Thank you. Selena Oblido, your nightly dose of laughs. Thanks, Ruckle. Likewise. Likewise. Michigan Farm Boy, Hank Pulls, Prosecutor 101. Whatever the defense has is the wrong thing. Emmy isn't a biomechanical engineer. Rentschler won't be right because he's not a PhD. Full Metal Jacket versus Hollow Point, etc. Yep. So, mostly harmless fuzzball. I remember that episode of Law and Order SVU. I don't remember it as a Law and Order SVU because I never really watched the show. I think I may have caught a couple of episodes, but there was an actual case of that. So, are you ACTAR certified? No. I don't know if I can trust your coverage if you aren't. Ah, shit. Same goes for the pups, Mrs. Runkle and Tide. Oh, that reminds me. I got to book a thing. Michigan Farm Boy. The Road to Wellville is a movie about the Kellogg brother that invented cornflakes and the sanitarium he ran in Battle Creek, Michigan. The treatment that Ian discussed covered in the movie. Yeah, the Kellogg's were interesting. Devious, have you ever seen the Muskrat Love paintings? No, I have not. Odin's Martyr, well, I did sleep in a Holiday Inn Express. Fair. Greg, could it be he's being gentle with her because he already knows from previous experience that juries tend to like her? I mean, I feel like any lawyer worth their salt could tell that she's personable and that the jury probably likes her and probably won't like you if you go after her aggressively. Michigan Farm Boy, similar to life expectancy, 85 years old is much more likely to make it to 90 than a deceased 80-year-old. Yes. Golden Productions, when it comes to CPR, I like Imperial March. Duh, 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 duh. Fair. Bookish, the look she just gave is one a woman who spent 40 years besting men in her field but still insists on mansplaining her expertise to her. Yep. And Bainbridge, there was a rock there when the jury was out there. Yes, they were told to disregard the rock, but somebody put a rock on their property, and that was a whole choice. Perry, thank you for the super sticker, and that is a lovely cat. Michigan Farm Boy, doesn't Hank need a factual basis for the question about lawn chairs, rocks, pebbles, something to make the prosecution not look stupid? He's swinging for the fences. Wait, what? Other than saying it in their closing, is there anything the defense can do to ensure the jury understand the defense doesn't need to prove anything? It'll be part of the jury instructions as well. So, Greg, Runkle, don't skip the tofu. We got there in the end. Nicole in DC, what limitations on closing arguments? I think they're going to say that they can't argue third-party culprit. I'm a persuasive writer, advocacy, fundraiser by trade, and know what I'd write to make the argument. I think the big one is third-party culprit. So they're not going to be able to argue that, any of those things. Mara W., I took it to be a point towards claiming that the Commonwealth's credibility argument was being made in bad faith, not a personal attack. It doesn't matter what Brennan thinks at the end of the day. Odin's Martyr, why weren't these attacks addressed during voir dire or acceptance as an expert? They probably should have been, but voir dire is VOIR and then space DIRE. I'm not criticizing, just to be helpful. Bella is asking, do you think an hour is going to be long enough for closing arguments? No, but I think that's all they're going to get. Dubious Dragon, Free Karen Reed, Bettero says in the States that this raises possible conflict issues related to confidentiality in the witness advocate rule. Possibly. I actually really want to hear what Bettero has to say about that. I haven't been able to do that yet, so I want to listen in on that. Shay B, zealous advocate for your client, even if you hate them. Feelings should not matter in law. I will say there is a point where if you hate your client enough, you may have to get off record. I have done this before. I have fired a client because I hated them. And quite literally, it was just like, sir, I can no longer represent you in an unbiased, fashion because I just hate you. And yeah. So he got fired. He got fired. And what is it? Now, you might be wondering, what do you tell the court when you fire somebody like that? Well, you go into court and you say, conflict of interest has arisen. I must get off record. And that was it. So where I am, once I note that there's a conflict of interest, that there's an ethical issue, that's sort of the end of the inquiry. The court cannot inquire too much on that. You can fire your clients, can public defenders? Yes, and yes. In some circumstances, you must fire a client. In some circumstances, if you have an ethical issue, you must fire your client. So, let's give an example. Let's say you discover, let's say you're adopted and you discover that your client is your birth parent. You discovered that midway through trial. Well, now you probably have a conflict where you can't represent that person. Or you discover that the person on the other side is your birth parent. You're like, I got a conflict. I just can't. Things come up. I've had situations where I discovered, I had a case literally where at the start of the case, they said there's a witness who we don't know who it is because somebody saw this, but we haven't been able to identify them. And then they identified the mystery witness. And you know who the mystery witness was? The mystery witness against my client was a previous client. And I'm like, shit, I got to get off record because there's no way I can cross-examine my previous client because it's a conflict. I have to get off record, right? I must. I cannot proceed at all in that circumstance. There's just no, it's not like, even if I want to proceed there, I just cannot. So, yeah. Rob says, defense lawyers get disbarred for even playing games to cripple their own case or ignore a procedural defect that could have resulted in dismissal. Yep. And there have been wrongful convictions because defense lawyers sort of tanked their case. Holly Berry, people say this about a lot of law tubers, but Runkle actually makes me think like a lawyer. Even when I think I disagree for some reason, I can usually figure out why I feel that way, and he's right. Well, thank you. Much appreciated. That's high praise. Brooke says, I heard in Canada the state can appeal a not guilty verdict. Yes. On an error of law. Lolly says, I can't paste the link. CBS News, Karen Reed trial, Boston jury instructions. Read the Commonwealth edition. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. We'll have to see. It's getting late. Shay B, a professor once told me that one should be able to argue both sides and still not reveal what side they chose to the audience. Yeah, absolutely. I will tell you that in law school, one of the things that they did in one of my classes was to pick issues. And some of these issues were on contentious political things. Contentious as hell. So they would pick issues like abortion, medical assistance in dying, racism. And then they would take the class and they'd be like, we're going to cut the class down the middle. And half of you got to argue for and half of you got to argue against. And it's just at random. And you would get people going, I can't argue against issue because I don't believe that. And it's like, well, that's what lawyering is about. Because sometimes you got to argue positions you don't like, positions you don't agree with. It's just, it is what it is. And so the other thing I have done to students, literally done to students, so I have done this to students where I give the students a fact pattern for, like, here is a guy, here's what he's accused of, here's his record, here's this, here's that, here's a bunch of details about him, and you're going to argue his bail. And so we're going to do a mock bail hearing, right? You're going to argue this guy's bail. And you don't know, because I don't know, whether you'll be arguing for the government, arguing for his detention, or whether you'll be arguing for the defense, i.e. this person's release. You won't know that until you show up the day of. And so that means you got to prep both sides. You got to prep both aspects. And it literally does not matter what you personally think, because I'm going to coin toss. And if the coin toss says you are the, you're the defense, then you get to do that. Tammy Lynn, Jillian says, Gingras is a goddamn moron and should be disbarred. Gingras? I do not understand some of Gingras's decisions. Gingras managed to get his client from a bad lawsuit into perjury charges, so that's some excellent representation. Gingras managed to piss off a judge enough that the judge filed a Law Society complaint. I actually think Gingras managed to do worse for his client than the lack of Gingras. So, yeah. Catahoula Rock, is that a hurdle law students have to overcome, or a character trait specific to people who choose to become lawyers? The ability to genuinely argue for something you feel strongly against. You will, as a lawyer, always eventually have to argue something that you don't believe in or that you actually think is wrong. Straight up, right? 100%. You may have to argue a stance that you actively believe is wrong. Also, there's a thing that happens in law school, because there's a whole lot of idealistic people who come to law school and they want to save the world. And this is particularly in areas like environmentalism. So a lot of people go and they're like, I want to save the trees, and that's why I want to be an environmental lawyer. And so they study environmental law. You know where the jobs are in environmental law? Well, I can tell you. Mining companies, oil companies, logging companies. Literally, the jobs in environmental law is working for any of the people that Captain Planet would fight. So, like, if Captain Planet would punch that person in the face, they might actually have a job for you. And so one of my old friends actually does environmental law for the side of the environment. And he doesn't make a huge amount of money doing it, but he does it on principle. The thing is if you want to stand on principle, it's expensive. and there aren't a lot of jobs on standing on principle. So, yep. Keep it in mind, if you go to law school, I will say there are some exceptions. Criminal law, you actually get people who go in there for principle and stay on their principle because they either want to prosecute people and send bad people to jail, and there's jobs for that. It's working for the prosecution, or they want to like defend people because people need a good defense, and there's jobs for those too. So, yeah. I represent a class action on behalf of the trees and also the ducks. Ducks pay poorly. Very, very poorly. Yeah, a whole lot of are we the baddies for new law grads. I tell law students, keep in mind, you may not end up representing the side you think you want to. I used to do a bunch of activism for like more relaxed copyright stuff. And I got a job offer while I was doing activism for reducing copyright. And basically I was at this, this government, town hall thing. And I'm there as like the, the bright, shiny, law student activist. And I end up sitting next to an industry lawyer. And the industry lawyer is like, oh, blah, blah, blah. You don't actually understand how things work. And I'm like, well, I am a law student. He's like, oh, you're in law school? And I was like, yep. And he's like, well, if you actually want a job in this, I am hiring. I'm like, that's cool, but I don't actually want the job working with you. But this is the kind of thing. The opportunities to sell out are 100% there at all times. All right, I got majorly sidetracked. Bookish. But does it work for the same way for the prosecution? The Commonwealth has to prove their case. The defense has to advocate. Is it the same for both? Yes and no. The Commonwealth has a duty towards justice that the defense doesn't have. However, the Commonwealth still shouldn't have their hands tied because of past positions. So, yeah. Bookish. To clarify, Hank's behavior to discredit the doc. He's not the defense zealous advocate. He's slinging mud when he doesn't like how things are going. He's allowed to argue that this person shouldn't be there. Good night, Jillian. Good to see you. King Ginger. Guzma is a Pokemon character of Team Skull. No joke. You can't make this up, lol. I am amused by that. Tammy Lynn. Educate yourself on brain injuries. Ridge Barden, Phoenix, New York, October 2011 at 16 years old. Number 70. I'm not sure what that means, but thank you, Tammy Lynn. Was it The World Wonders? I worked with someone who was at the station fire. Very even-keeled guy, but you could tell it really hit him hard. He felt bad about being lucky. A lot of people do. Survivor's guilt is a hell of a thing, and yep. Yeah. Annie 2005, thank you so much for the YouTube membership. Much appreciated. Annie Falalala, joining in late. Runkle, where's John O'Keefe's blood? Was there testimony of how much blood he had lost? Thank you for your coverage and commentary. I actually think this is another mystery because you'd think he would have bled a bunch, but apparently not so much. So, yeah. All right. The other Jules, what do you think about Judge Bev having to explain what striking means to the jury this late in the trial? The clarification here is that when she says strike this video, she doesn't mean strike it entirely because the video was used elsewhere. It just means strike the fact that this question was asked of this witness. So it's a minor clarification, but yeah. Debbie W. Sir, I'm a doctor, not a physicist. Yes. The Star Trek reference, top notch. Michigan Farm Boy, a song about Brennan going to Georgia. Yes. Byron Butterfield, does a biomechanist work on Alphonse Elric? I get that reference, even though I've never actually watched the anime, but yes. Apparently the jury passed a question. Okay. Dr. Welcher's well spread loads. So the nightclub fire was a real disco inferno. Get out, sir. Yes. Is Dr. Frankenstein considered a biomechanist? Maybe. Baby Gator is currently pursuing stuff. Crash Daddies are good and all, but did they use $400,000 of blue paint? Fair. Shay B, we had tarantula migrations in Nevada. I would move to avoid that. That's terrifying. Music to my soul. Proof that we all have our own place in the world. The Crash Daddies use physics to save lives. Well, Dr. Laposata never wants to take a physics class again. But together they're Karen Reed's best experts. Yep. 100%. Amanda K, do you think the Commonwealth wants to believe or wants to win or believes guilt? I don't know. I don't know what's going on in Brennan's head. Sometimes I really don't understand Brennan, like what's going on in his head. So, yeah. Winnie Bly, persons of interest equals unconvicted guilty person. Sometimes. Dr. Welcher's well-spread loads. You can call Brennan to get his case out of the outhouse. Shaby, clown paintings for sure. I may have to do clown paintings in the outhouse there. Corey Cast, motion for pigeon business. We granted that. Sylvia's daughter, in your opinion, Ian, will the feds go after the evildoers after this trial? I doubt it. I suspect that the feds are just like, we are never going to get enough evidence to convict anybody. We don't know what happened here. We can't prove anything. It's over. Light Queen, Lucky is cheap and tastes like beer. It tastes beer-like. No, Ian, you don't have to buy more expensive beer. I happen to have Lucky in my fridge. Lol. It is cheap to buy a big thing of it. So, Odin's martyr, if they'd taken pics, we'd know how he was lying. This investigation is so lackadaisical. My favorite part was it didn't hit him, so speed is irrelevant. Yep, absolutely. All right, let's wrap it up here. I am going to get some sleep because it is past midnight and we got to have a trial again in the morning. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. And yeah, we'll go from there. Woody Bly says, I meant old people think person of interest equals unconvicted guilty person. Fair. All right. Good night, everybody. See you tomorrow. And tomorrow we'll get to see more of Dr. Rentschler. I'm excited. So, yeah, absolutely. Cheers. Good night.